Okay, hello, it's me, the Norwegian artist Knut Vikshåland, and welcome to my channel. In this video you're going to see the full painting process of this painting. On my old channel I used to have it in 2 files, but I'm gonna just put it into one on this channel, so you can see the full painting process from start to finish. Her name is Hedda Kise. She's a TV personality in Norway. It's quite a nice painting. I call it Hedda posing with flowers. As usual, I try to really build my paintings like sculptures, and as you can see, I lay thick and thin layers to get this sculptural effect. Also in the hair was really difficult, you know. You can't possibly paint every hair. Well, there's this German artist who actually does, and it's quite impressive. But then again, he doesn't build them like this. He keeps everything down. So I don't really remember his name now, but he paints these huge paintings of a woman with. It's really beautiful work, but it isn't like Rembrandt type of sculptural things. They are more introvert, but really good. So I don't remember his name. Sorry. Anyway, I'm not a photorealist. I do my paintings as sculptures. I do use photo in my paintings. You can actually see the camera I usually use when I take my art photos. It's Pentax Aussie, and also this one and this one. As I do some digital, but I prefer film. So yeah. Okay, I hope you enjoy this painting lesson, and give it a thumbs up, leave a comment. Also check out my Patreon if you want me to teach you how to paint. You can actually win a small painting every month in my Patreon giveaway, where I paint a small painting. So, and if you actually get in for more, I will teach you how to paint directly through Skype, or making you videos and answer all your questions on Facebook or whatever. So check that out too, and remember to put on the notification bell, because so you get notifications. This is a new channel, so help me build it up. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Now remember to check out the hyperlinks in description. It will enable you to jump around in my video to the different segments, and maybe finding your favorite segment more easily. So check that out. It will be really helpful for me and my view time and clicks, and also for you. So, and it really took some time to make them, so make sure to use them. Well, I was talking in introduction, I was talking about this German artist, and his name is Philipp Weber. He is a so-called hyper-realist, and he is making the most amazing photorealist paintings. It also, you know, it is almost an inhuman kind of detail, and the skill you have to evolve to make that is just mind-boggling, to put it mildly. I don't know if he's using a tracer or a projector when he's lining up. That will actually diminish it a little bit for me, because that would actually make it way more easy to make the kind of paintings that he does, but also the pure rendering of the paint and how he gets all the details to look so amazingly, almost inhumanly. I'm an atheist, but I will almost say godlike skill rendered is just amazing. So check that out. He's one of my, I would consider him an objective standard when it comes down to the extreme focus you have to have as an artist to reach anywhere. As a painter, I'm not as good as him when it comes to technique, But I'm also a more Rembrandt-like artist. I like to build textures. I like to build my paintings as they are sculptures. And he's not sculpting in the same way that I do, because I'm using more the paint, as you can see in this video. I'm using the paint more as clay. And I also start on this toned canvas, which is toned with raw umber, and I wash with just turpentine, very dry, over gesso, white gesso first, and then I put on the wash, and then I start painting, and I start molding the light areas first, and just try to get the drawing and the proportions right, compared to the motif and the canvas, the photo I'm using. In this one I'm using a photo, and in other segments you can actually see the photo I'm using, because it hangs on the canvas when I'm painting certain details and stuff. So you find that in the hyperlinks, and just jump around and see if you... I made this into a voiceover because I came into some copyright issues with the audio I used in the background when I did the first 10 minutes of this segment. So, but anyway, that functions. And as you can see, the guy who is filming my head right now, and I don't know why, but yeah, okay. Here you see my palette. I built my palette as if it was a rainbow, and I also used Goethe's color circles, or the more impressionist palette when I paint. That is because I want to paint like nature paint, and try to emulate how light is mixed in nature. And people who buy my art actually tell me that my paintings are changing during the day, and they are kind of feels like they are moving and are alive. And I guess that effect is because of, as the light outside is changing during the day from warm to cold, the colors in my paintings are also changing constituency. And I use a lot of colors in my paintings, so you can almost say I'm a closet impressionist, expressionist. Yeah. Well, there will be now a short interview coming up where I talk a little bit about why I paint, life and stuff. So I hope you enjoy that. And then the next segment is with audio in the background from Sam Harris, some lectures and stuff like that. So if you're interested in philosophy, see the whole thing. Yay. See ya.
So what makes you paint, Knut?
Yeah, what makes me paint? He was talking about probably. It gives me a sense of purpose where there is none. Is there purpose to life?
I don't think so. I think all is random.
Yeah, it's random. So we have to create purpose.
How do we create purpose?
With being in the moment, I guess. Being in the moment.
In the present?
Huh?
In the present?
In the present, yeah. Present moment? Is it present or is it... I don't know. Well, it's being in the moment. I mean, it fulfills me. It gives me a sense of... yeah, of purpose.
So if you went blind tomorrow, what would you do?
Yeah, that's a good question. Probably become extremely depressed for a while, and then I would start writing. I wouldn't do paint. I wouldn't be one of those blind painters that feels the color. I wouldn't do something as stupid as that. Okay?
Okay.
Because that is ridiculous. It's just... I mean, you can't feel paint. Okay, if you're a sculptor, you can probably do some sculpture with clay, but you can't feel the colors. You have to see the colors. So, I mean, painting without eyes. But you know, I'm engaged. Not engaged, but I care about a lot of political stuff, and I would have a lot of books in my head. So I probably would have done that.
What's the title of your books?
It's Vix 42.
Like Hitch 22?
Yeah, like Hitch 42. Nah, Hitch. What was it? Hitch
22.
No, it's kind of in 2010 I was thinking about a new title to my book. It's a book about everything, and since the number 42 is the number of everything from the Hitchhiker's Guide Through the Galaxy, and my name is Vikshåland, and I was actually 42 when I got the idea, and it points to Christopher Hitchens' Hitch 22. I thought it was a good title.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I really love Christopher Hitchens and his...
What is it about him that you're so intrigued by?
That he doesn't compromise. That he always are consistent in being or telling what he meant. And the fact that I went from being from no to the Iraq War, I went to a yes already in 2000. Before, so I was for the invasion of Afghanistan, and I became for the invasion of
Iraq
long before I've heard about Christopher Hitchens. So when I heard him speak about these things, just thought, yes, another one to actually, and it was almost for the same reasons. I didn't know as much about it as he did, not at all. But I mean, my reason was simple. Dictatorship is being a dictator is actually slavery. And I mean, Saddam Hussein was a real bastard, and I thought that would be the right thing to remove him.
But then you should remove every dictator.
Yeah, I think so. We should give them, the UN should give them proposition.
An offer?
An offer that they couldn't resist. You know, we should actually, we should stop dealing with China until they stopped supporting North Korea, for instance. We should just stop, and we should go in like they did in Mali now, or they should do the same thing in Syria. They should give the Iranians ultimatum. The UN doesn't do their job, so that's why the world is still burning.
The UN is a lot of different countries, and then it's their own needs before the best of everyone.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually China and the Soviet Union, no, the Soviet Union, the Russians who are blocking everything, blocking North Korea, blocking Syria. They want to block in Libya too. Så vanskelig å male og snakke samtidig.
Thank you so much. Well, it's wonderful to be here. It's been a great pleasure to get a chance to meet so many. Are you getting feedback here? It's been a great pleasure to meet so many of you in the audience. I don't often get a chance to do that. And needless to say, it's a great honor to share the stage with Dan and Richard and Ayan and Lawrence and so many other exceptional people. I'd like to take a moment, as many people have, to just acknowledge the void that is left by the death of our friend Hitch. While it might be possible to guess what he would have thought about a number of the topics raised here, it's almost impossible to imagine how well he would have expressed those thoughts. The man had more wit and style and substance than a few civilizations I could name. So there's nothing to do but just take another moment to miss him. I actually want to talk today about death. In fact, I had planned to speak about free will. I've written a book on the subject, and I dedicated it to Hitch, in fact. But it occurred to me that many of you may have already seen this book or watched a YouTube video of a lecture I gave on it that has hit the net about a week ago. So I decided to, and I would recommend that you do one of those two things, because I think free will is an important subject, and I think people are powerfully confused about it, and I think this confusion actually matters. But I've decided to change course and talk about death, which might be the only subject that people find more depressing than the idea that they don't have free will. So my apparent aim is to depress you, through no free will of my own, I might add. But I hope to build you back up over the course of the hour. Now, the reality of death is absolutely central to religion, and its denial is central to religion. And without death, faith-based religion would be unthinkable. And from the point of view of the faithful, atheism appears to be the mere assertion of death. I mean, we actually appear to be a death cult, because we're the only people who admit that death is real. Most views, every other view, either leaves the question open or asserts that death is an illusion, and that the good people, or the people who believe the right things about an Iron Age war god, get everything they want after they die. And that everything that seems to be anomalous or undesirable or merely accidental in this life gets sorted out in the end. Now, a convention like this is really just an open declaration that there's no reasonable likelihood of any of that happening. The good news of atheism, the gospel of atheism, is essentially nothing. That nothing happens after death. There's nothing to worry about, there's nothing to fear. When after you die, you are returned to that nothingness that you were before you were born. Now, this proposition is very difficult to understand, and most people seem to mistake nothing for something. Many have said that my friend Lawrence Krauss does that. But in the case of death, people seem to think that they imagine something like an eternity of silent darkness, which does sound just a little boring. But if we're right, and nothing happens after death, then every religion ever devised is false. Okay, but if we're right, and nothing happens after death, death, therefore, is not a problem. Life is the problem. But the problem is that without God, and without a promise of an eternal existence after death, life appears to be an emergency. It's a long emergency for many of us, but it is an emergency. You can't help but notice that things are going very wrong in this place. I mean, no matter how much fun you are having, a glance at a newspaper will show you that it's possible to have no fun at all. Okay, and everyone seems to have a run of bad luck in the end. Now, it's hard not to see the absurdity of this situation. You unwrap your shiny new iPad, upon which you hope to squander an unconscionable amount of time and attention, only to discover, perhaps on the iPad itself, that the people who built this gorgeous device live lives of such unendurable drudgery that they regularly hurl themselves off the rooftops at the factory where they work. Nets have been installed to catch their falling bodies. Is there any sense to be made of disparities in luck of this kind? Religion makes sense of it. You know, it's my karma. It's God's will that I'm so lucky. If God had wanted me to do dangerous and deadly boring work for a few dollars a day, that's what I would be doing. But as it happens, he wants me to have a new iPad. Hallelujah. To not believe in God is to have no recourse to those illusions. To not believe in God is to know that it falls to us to make the world a better place. We have barely emerged from centuries of barbarism. It's not a surprise that there are shocking inequities in this world. It is hard work to climb down out of the trees, walk upright, and build a viable global civilization. When you start with technology that's made of rocks and sticks and fur, this is a project, and progress is difficult. Just picture going back 100 generations within your own family. I mean, just picture it kind of mapped onto this room, maybe this front row. Just 100 people. Your father's fathers, mother's fathers, mother's fathers' fathers, on back. Now, I don't care how cultured you are, how well educated your family. You can be Matthew Chapman, whose great-great-grandfather was Charles Darwin. But if you just keep going, in no more than 100 conversations, you are going to meet someone who thinks that sacrificing your firstborn child just might be a good way to control the weather. Some of you probably don't have to go back quite that far. You just have to go home for Christmas. So real progress is a very recent phenomenon. And as you know, religion generally keeps its foot on the brake. Okay, in the United States, we still have to argue about contraception, about whether women should have access to birth control. Forget about abortion. Contraception is still something we're fighting for. The Catholic Church, one of the richest institutions on earth, will oppose contraception with its last breath. And in so doing, it imagines it's exercising the most finely calibrated morality the earth has ever seen, all the while nurturing an army of child rapists and protecting them from secular justice and shuttling them from parish to parish so they can find fresh victims, and threatening these victims with endless litigation in this life and hellfire in the next. The misuse of human energy, the needless manufacturing of unhappiness, just boggles the mind. So moral and political progress is difficult, even in rich nations where there should be nothing but progress. But most of us know that no matter how much progress we make, it's very unlikely we're going to make this world a paradise. We're not going to truly make it invulnerable to insult and injury and death. Now, it's true there are a few serious people who think that we might cure all disease and even aging itself, or upload our consciousnesses onto some perfected AI, artificial intelligence. I think when you look closely at those efforts, it begins to look like science-enabled religion at this point. I'm sure there are fans of the singularity here, but I don't expect to have my consciousness backed up on the iPad 25. I'll be happy to be proven wrong, but I'm not going to hold my breath. So I think it's safe to say that the reality of death is something we're all going to have to face, okay, and the loss of those we love. Okay? There's no perfecting this place. I mean, even if you play your game perfectly, okay, and you become as healthy as a vampire, if you just live long enough, you're going to witness the death of everyone you love. At a certain point, the phone is just going to start ringing with bad news. Even our memories are precarious. My daughter is 3.5 years old, and I'm astonished at how much of her life I've forgotten. To see a video of her taken a year ago is to be astonished at how unfamiliar it is. I mean, she's a completely different person now. So there's no satisfying way to hold on to the past. In fact, when we look closely, there's no unsatisfying way of doing it either. We are locked in the present moment. A memory is a thought arising in the present. We are locked in the present moment with our thoughts and our iPads. So what does atheism have to offer people in this circumstance? People like ourselves, and people more fearful and self-deceived than us. That great body of humanity that recoils at the mere suggestion that a first-century carpenter may not be able to hear their thoughts, much less answer their prayers. Well, atheism as mere disbelief in God doesn't have much to offer. It's a corrective to a whole raft of bad ideas, but it doesn't put anything in place of bad ideas. It's a necessary corrective, but what fills the void is science and art and philosophy. Atheism is just a way of clearing the space for better conversations. And the problem we face, of course, is a problem of convincing the better part of humanity to have those better conversations. And this is a political problem. It's a scientific problem. It's an interpersonal problem. It's a problem of education. But the problem is that most people, most of the time, are desperate to believe ridiculous and divisive ideas for patently emotional reasons. And while rarely explicit, what they're really worried about is death. And when we're arguing about teaching evolution in the schools, I would argue that we are really arguing about death. But it seems to me the only reason why any religious person cares about evolution is because if their holy books are wrong about our origins, they're very likely wrong about our destiny after death. So when you say to someone that you're a fool for not believing in evolution, or a fool to think the universe is 6,000 years old, I think that gets translated as you're a fool to think that your daughter who died in a car accident is really in heaven with God. And that is a very different communication. Before I can get to the end of this sentence, something unforeseen and terrible will happen to somebody somewhere. And we will read about it in the newspaper tomorrow. But the question is, how can people close to these tragedies make sense of them? And religion provides an answer for that. It's an unjustified answer. It's a host of other liabilities, because one being that it has birthed a many competing and irreconcilable answers, and therefore religious conflict and political tribalism seem impossible to overcome. But religion does provide an answer that most people think they need. And the schism among secularists, the fact that so many people at this conference are regularly attacked for criticizing religion, follows from this point. And people are worried about the grief of other people. The scientists and journalists who have made a career out of attacking the so-called new atheists are worried about the grief of other people. If your child dies in a car accident, believing that she is now in heaven with Jesus has to be consoling. It has to be consoling in a way that no other belief can be. It's true that there's a shadow side to this kind of thing, and I've heard from people who've suffered tragedies like this in the context of their faith, and found that the belief in an afterlife was actually a way for their friends not to connect with their grief. And in fact, to grieve too much in such a circumstance is tantamount to, it's a little embarrassing. It's a sign that you lack faith. I mean, what are you really grieving about? If you think that the one you love most in this world is now in a better place, and you're going to be rejoined with her in the twinkling of an eye. But I think we can admit that atheism doesn't offer real consolation on this point. And that's not an accident. If you're open to new evidence, there's no guarantee that the revisions in your worldview are going to be consoling. You know, when you lose Santa Claus, what you get in his place is not as fun. You know, the sight of your parents maxing out their credit cards and wrapping presents in their pajamas is not as consoling as the elves and the sleigh and the 8 tiny reindeer. So when we think about what is lost when we jettison religion, it's not the holidays and the architecture and the music and the humility and the awe and the profundity. All of that can be had very much within the purview of reason. And it can be had without lying to ourselves or to our children or to other people and their children about the nature of reality. But the thing that gets lost, the thing for which there is no real substitute, is total consolation in the face of death. And it seems to me if we want to build a bridge to a rational world that the better part of humanity can cross, we have to deal with this fact. Now, most of us do our best not to think about death, but there's always part of our minds that knows this can't go on forever. Part of us always knows that we're just a doctor's visit away or a phone call away from being starkly reminded with the fact of our own mortality, or of those closest to us. Now, I'm sure many of you in this room have experienced this in some form. You must know how uncanny it is to suddenly be thrown out of the normal course of your life and just be given the full-time job of not dying or caring for someone who is. Hitch wrote brilliantly about this in Vanity Fair, and I suggest you read his articles if you haven't. But the one thing people tend to realize at moments like this is that they wasted a lot of time when life was normal. It's not just what they did with their time. It's not just that they spent too much time working or compulsively checking email. It's that they cared about the wrong things. They regret what they cared about. Their attention was bound up in petty concerns. Year after year, when life was normal. And this is a paradox, of course, because we all know this epiphany is coming. Don't you know this is coming? Don't you know that there's going to come a day when you'll be sick or someone close to you will die, and you'll look back on the kinds of things that captured your attention, and you'll think, what was I doing? You know this, and yet if you're like most people, you will spend most of your time in life tacitly presuming you'll live forever. I mean, it's like watching a bad movie for the 4th time. Yeah. Or bickering with your spouse. These things only make sense in light of eternity. There better be a heaven if we're going to waste our time like that. So unlike religious people, we atheists really have a good reason to make the most of life, to make the most of the present moment. Because even if you live to be 100, there's just not that many days in life. So what is the point of life? Is anything sacred? Does such a question even make sense? This is what religious people are worried about. And I think these questions do make sense, and there are answers to them. But the answers are not a matter of getting more information. The answer is a change in attitude. There are ways of experiencing life as sacred without believing anything, and certainly without believing anything on insufficient evidence. Okay? There are ways to really live in the present moment. Okay? What's the alternative? Okay? It is always now. However much you feel you may need to plan for the future, to anticipate it, to mitigate risks, the reality of your life is now. Now, this may sound trite. This may sound perilously close to what Dan called deepity in his talk. But it's the truth. It's not quite true as a matter of physics. In fact, there is no now that encompasses the entire universe. You can't talk about an event being simultaneously occurring here and one at the same moment occurring in Andromeda. The truth is that now is not even well defined as a matter of neurology, because we know that inputs to the brain come at different moments, and that consciousness is built upon layers of inputs whose timings have to be different. You just consider the sensation of touching your finger to your nose. It seems simultaneous as a matter of conscious experience, but we know that the input from the finger to sensory cortex must take longer than the input from your nose. And this is true no matter how short your arms or long your nose. So the brain buffers these inputs in some way in memory, and then promotes the seeming simultaneity to consciousness. And so our conscious awareness at the present moment is, in some relevant sense, already a memory. But as a matter of conscious experience, the reality of your life is always now. And I think this is a liberating truth about the nature of the human mind. In fact, I think there's probably nothing more important to understand about your mind than that, if you want to be happy in this world. The past is a memory. It's a thought arising in the present. The future is merely anticipated. It is another thought arising now. Okay, well, what we truly have is this moment and this. And we spend most of our lives forgetting this truth, repudiating it, fleeing it, overlooking it. And the horror is that we succeed. We manage to never really connect with the present moment and find fulfillment there because we are continually hoping to become happy in the future. And the future never arrives. Now, even when we think we're in the present moment, we're in very subtle ways always looking over its shoulder, anticipating what's coming next. We're always solving a problem. And it's possible to simply drop your problem, if only for a moment, and enjoy whatever is true of your life in the present. Now, again, as you can see, the line between timeless wisdom and banality is a little difficult to find. And I'm a little worried that some of you have begun to gag on what seems like New Age pablum. And you must know that I don't want to stand in front of 4,000 atheists and do my best impression of Lao Tzu. But if I'm going to talk about this crucial point, I do have to say a few things that you've probably heard before and probably dismissed because it came bundled with religious metaphysics and superstition. This is not a matter of new information or more information. It requires a change in attitude. It requires a change in the attentiveness you pay to your experience in the present moment. Now, of course, course, when we talk about conscious experience, we're all, once again, talking about death. Because if consciousness is just arising, dependent upon the brain, then death is real, and every religion ever devised is false. And needless to say, most people are walking around with an intuition that that's not true, that consciousness is in some sense independent of the body. Now, there are very good reasons to doubt that intuition, of course. We know that introspection offers us a very poor view of the material basis of our inner lives. There are 100 billion neurons in the brain. There are more, each making thousands of connections to other cells. There are more connections in a single cubic centimeter of brain tissue than stars in our galaxy. And yet our inner experience offers absolutely no clue that this is the case. And so we're not just slightly out of touch with the material basis of our inner lives, we're completely out of touch with it. I actually think about the human brain a fair amount, but it almost never occurs to me that I actually have one. So we have a very limited view of what's going on. We're subjectively unaware of most of what our minds are doing. And yet when we think about what matters is consciousness and its contents. Okay, consciousness is everything. Our experience of the world, the experience of those we care about, is a matter of consciousness and its contents. So whatever the origins of consciousness, the most important question for us is, how can we truly be fulfilled in life? How can we create lives that are truly worth living, given that these lives come to an end? We're all in the business of seeking fulfillment and relief from suffering. I mean, this is not to say that we want mere pleasure or the easiest possible life. That much of what we want in life, much of what we want to experience, entails struggle, and many of us learn to enjoy the struggle itself in some measure. Any athlete knows that there's certain kinds of pain that are actually pleasurable. If the burn of lifting weights was actually the symptom of a disease, it would be intolerable. But because it's happening in the context of a strenuous exercise and progress there, most people learn to enjoy it. So the conceptual lens through which we view even very intense sensation largely determines how we feel about it. And this is one of the many ways in which our thinking about experience changes the character of experience. So the frame we put around the present moment is important and largely determines our experience of it. But it seems possible, in fact, to experience life more nakedly than this, to experience it without an obvious frame. To pay attention to the present moment closely enough so that you're not doing anything to it. And there are techniques for doing this. So I want to try a little experiment with you. Please close your eyes. And you might want to adjust your posture so that you're comfortable sitting. And just feel yourself sitting there in your seat. Take a few deep breaths. And just let gravity settle you in your seat. And then you can let your breath just come and go naturally. Become aware of this sensation of sitting. Feel the weight of your body. Feel the weight of your arms and shoulders. Feel your back and your legs against the seat. And just notice your body however it appears, whatever sensations you notice. Sensations of pressure or vibration or warmth, tension, aching, whatever arises. But try to feel this as closely as possible. Now gradually become aware of the sensation of breathing. Now gradually become aware of the sensation of breathing, wherever you happen to feel it, either at the tip of the nose or the rising and falling of your chest or the rising and falling of your abdomen. Just pay attention to the sensations associated with each inhalation and each exhalation. There's no need to control the breath, just let it come and go. See if you can feel the next inhalation from the moment it arises, and just cover it until the moment it stops. And do the same with your exhalations. Listen to the sounds in the room. Just let your mind now be the open space in which sounds and sensations arise. Now, you don't need to make any heroic effort to focus. Just notice what you notice. Notice everything that you notice arises spontaneously. You don't have to move toward it. Just relax and notice the next sensation, the next sound. Now see if you can pay even closer attention. There's a layer of concepts here that you can get behind. Okay, for instance, feel the sensations in your hands. If you really pay attention, you will see that you don't actually feel their shape. Okay, you have a mental image of your hands. But if you pay close attention, you will feel just the raw sensations of tingling and vibration, pressure, a much more diffuse cloud of sensation. So see if you can feel your hands closely enough to relinquish their shape. So too with the rest of your body. See if you can just let it dissolve into a cloud of sensation. Just be the space in which each new raw sensation arises. Feel the sensations of your face and head. Now you might feel that your consciousness is in your head or behind your face. But as a matter of experience, these are just more sensations arising in consciousness. The only evidence of your face and head is as sensation arising in consciousness at this moment. Now, notice what sort of mood you are in. If you feel restless or bored, take that constellation of energy itself as an object of consciousness. You feel these states of mind, however they appear in the body. If you're sleepy, notice that feeling, whether there's a pattern of sensation on your face, in the eyes. So sounds and sensations and feelings are just announcing this open space of consciousness. Now you may notice as you try to pay attention to raw sensation that thoughts continually intrude. You find yourself thinking without knowing that you were thinking. So the moment you notice that, the moment you notice a thought in the mind, take that as an object of consciousness. Just watch it, if it's a visual image, or if there's language, and then come back to sensations and sounds. We're just going to do this for a few more moments, so allow yourself to begin again, as though for the first time. Could you just feel the next breath? Okay, so now you can open your eyes. Now, it's easy to feel when you open your eyes that something has fundamentally changed. You know, a moment ago you seemed to be in your head, focusing on your inner experience, but now you open your eyes and you're out in the world again. But nothing has fundamentally changed. The world you see with your open eyes is in the same place you were with your eyes closed. This is consciousness. Okay, I'm not saying the world isn't real, but as a matter of your experience, it's more accurate to say that I and everyone here are in your consciousness than that your consciousness is in this room. As a matter of experience. I mean, here's one way you can see that. Just visualize a diamond, but this size between my two hands. You just project it there. Now, depending on your powers of visualization, I should appear to be very, very rich. Even if you're bad at this, you probably can project something. Something changes when I ask you to do this. Change it to a tomato. Okay, so can I see a show of hands? How many people have something change as a visual percept when you project here? How many of you have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about? Okay, I am in your brain right now. Okay, everyone here is in your brain. Because I am pinching your brain. This is consciousness pinching consciousness. Whatever you can possibly notice in your body, in your mind, in the world, has only one place to appear: in your conscious experience. Now, I'm not saying this is all just a dream, but as a neurological matter, it is very much like a dream. It is a dream that is constrained by inputs from the external world. And the dreams we call dreams at night are dreams that are not constrained by the external world. And that's why you seem to be able to get away with everything. But your mind is all you have. Okay, it's all you've ever had. It's all you have to offer other people. Okay, and this might sound callous to say when there may be many other aspects of your life that seem in need of being addressed. When you're struggling to find a career, or you're sick. But it's still true. I mean, if you're perpetually angry and depressed and confused and unloving, it doesn't matter how much success you have or who is in your life, you're not going to enjoy any of it. I suspect you could all make a list of things you want to accomplish, of things that really need to be changed about your life. What is the significance of everything on that list? Each thing on that list seems to promise that if you could only do it, you would have reason to just be happy in the present moment. We are all trying to find a path back to the present moment, and good enough reason to just be happy here. And then the practice of meditation I just showed you, often called mindfulness meditation, is just a trick for doing that. It's a trick for setting aside your to-do list, if only for a few moments, and actually locate a feeling of fulfillment in the present. And again, I'm not saying that everything on your list is absurd or not worth accomplishing. But how dissatisfied with the present do you have to be in order to prepare a satisfying future? How neurotic do you have to be? How unhappy do you have to be? How much stress do you have to feel? How unpleasant do you have to be for other people to be around? If you're constantly ruminating about what you just did, or what you should have done, or what you would have done if you only had the chance, you will miss your life. You'll fail to connect with it. You'll fail to connect with other people. When other people talk, you'll be waiting for them to shut up so that you can say what's on your mind to say. I mean, even when you don't have an opportunity to talk, in a moment like this, when you just need to listen, the conversation as an automaticity continues. You have a voice in your head that keeps saying things. Haven't you noticed? The conversation we have with ourselves every minute of the day comes at a cost. I'm not saying that discursive thought is not necessary or useful, but it is the mechanism by which most of our suffering is inflicted. The sorrow and the self-doubt and the anxiety and the fear, and yes, the fear of death. Thinking is useful, but being perpetually lost in thought isn't. Okay, being the mere hostage of the next thought that comes careening into consciousness isn't useful. So if there's an antidote to the fear of death and the experience of loss that's compatible with reason, I think it's to be found here. The purpose of life is pretty obvious. We are constantly. I mean, why do we create culture and form relationships? But beyond matters of mere survival. We are constantly trying to create and repair a world that our minds want to be in. And we, alone among humanity, for the most part, have realized that religion is a bad way to do that. Okay, so we have to start a new conversation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yep, there's time for questions. I told you he was a Jedi. Up the top there, above the exit sign, man in a white shirt.
Hello. I'd like your response to a sort of a middle way I've been trying to convince people about. Middle way between death as the end and your iPad 2.25 consciousness upload idea. So we don't have that iPad 25, but we do have 4,000 consciousness simulators here. Tomorrow, or this afternoon, we're going to be simulating the sort of hitch processes, various of them on a distributed system. Now, it's not embodied and it's not as consoling as having him around, but it's real in some sense, and it's active, and in some sort of weak way we are keeping part of that consciousness going. It also sort of demands our attention and effort to do, and it also sort of means...
I I fear that I missed a few crucial nouns in what has already been said. So
I'm sorry, I've got a cold, so I think it's going on. All right.
So as a question, please.
The question is, can we act as this iPad 25 for people who've died?
Right.
A kind of mimetic afterlife.
I believe I understand that question. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Douglas Hofstadter, who thinks that's the case, that it's possible to have so fully imbibed another person's consciousness, their thoughts, their way of thinking, that your memory of them is kind of an emulation of them, and that suggests a kind of a way of thinking about their continuing. That doesn't work for me. I mean, it doesn't work. It's not going to work for the rest of humanity that really care about the difference between, you know, getting a dial tone at death and having an experience. I mean, it's your. There are many paradoxes that arise here when you think about copying, really copying a human mind, and it's very difficult to think of what it would mean if we actually could back ourselves up. But the idea that somehow everyone's memory of us is a way of living on in the relevant sense, I don't think it is. It's important. I mean, I think it's nice to think about how one's influence in the world propagates and how people live on in that sense. But it's not living on in the sense that people, I think, really care about. So.
Yep, there's a question down here on the floor.
G'day, Sam.
Just near the door. Just near the door, just down here.
G'day, Sam.
Hi.
Thanks, first of all. Just a fairly broad question, but I'm just wondering what your opinions on DMT are, and as well, I don't know how much you know. I assume you know more than me, but perhaps maybe if it's found naturally in the human brain, perhaps why, or if there's anything you'd like to say about that.
Yeah, well, I'm unqualified to talk about it because I haven't done it. For those of you who don't know, DMT is famous as the most potent psychedelic in the sense that it's not in terms of the size of the dose required to get you off, but the effects of taking it. And it also distinguishes itself because it's the shortest acting, and it is an endogenous molecule that we already have in our brains and elsewhere, and so in some sense this is an illegal neurotransmitter that people can it becomes available when you smoke it or inject it, and it leads to the shortest and yet most stratospheric change in consciousness. So a whole trip, an acid trip could be, an LSD trip could be 10 hours, DMT could be 10 minutes, full course, and the phenomenology of this experience is interesting because it's not like it's you with a changed perception. What people tend to report if they get a sufficient amount of DMT on board, and apparently that's hard because it's very unpleasant to smoke, but they report getting kind of shot out of themselves and landing elsewhere. And the phenomenology of this experience there's almost no classical religious imagery at all. No matter who you are taking this drug, you don't meet Jesus and you don't meet your grandma and you don't meet Buddha. But what people tend to report is very bizarre, kind of alien, insectile-like creatures that they come into the presence of. So there's this, probably what I just said sounds like complete insanity to most people in this room. But you go online and you get smart, serious people trying to make sense of this phenomenology. But I've never done it, and so I can't, I can't speak as one who has had to integrate that experience.
One more question. Up top here about the exit signs.
Hi, Sam. As an atheist, I have really started valuing life, and the dignity of life. But the problem is that now when I hear of any loss of life which has happened due to some deliberate actions of others or due to some carelessness of others, it saddens me, you know, it grieves, makes me angry, because earlier I used to just feel, oh, accident happened because it just had to happen, and it happened. But now I can see the responsibility of other people's, that others are being robbed of their right to live. And so how do I deal with this, like this anger, this grief, me or other atheists like me who can clearly see the responsibilities of others?
Right. Well, as I said, the change in attitude that I just recommended, I kind of smuggled mindfulness meditation into this talk and foisted it on 4,000 atheists. So you're now all Buddhists. I'm sorry to have done that to you. But it is an antidote to that kind of suffering. When you look closely at the mechanics of your own suffering, you find that when you're suffering, you are lost in thought. Now that may seem like the pushback you immediately get from that is that, well, some things are worth suffering over. You mean to tell me that, you know, my child dies and I could stop suffering if I just, you know, break the spell of thought? Yes, to some degree. I mean, but it's damn hard to do when the bar is set that high, when you're dealing with the death of someone close to you. But it is the experience of so the thing you just did for 5 minutes is something that I have done. I've gone on retreat for weeks and months at a time, and in silence for 18 hours a day, just did that exercise. And so it takes a long time to realize how much thought is clouding your experience of the present moment, and how much how much of our kind of mediocrity and how we feel moment to moment is just a matter of us continually thinking, this undercurrent of thought. And so when something terrible happens, the undercurrent of your thought is, you know, all of these kind of grief-stricken ideas. I'll never see her again. The memory of how much you loved her, and back and forth, and you're buffeted by thought ceaselessly. And for most of us, there's no alternative but we're just hostage to the contents of the next thought. And if there's relief to be found in the face of death and loss, the relief is to bear down upon the present moment and become interested enough in the present moment so that you can notice that to some degree consciousness is equanimous even in the presence of that kind of emotional pain. And it does, and then it does erode the pain of that pain. And again, to some degree, it's a kind of framing issue. It's the difference between thinking that the pain in your arm is because you're now getting so good at lifting weights, or thinking that it's because you've got bone cancer. It could be the exact same sensation, but that the framing the difference is total. And so what I'm recommending to you is many good things come from training. We give no thought to training the mind. We give a lot of thought to training our body. We give a lot of thought to training to physical health. We give a lot of thought to getting more information, education, understanding more about the world, more facts. We give very little thought to training attention itself. And one of the dividends paid, and there's a fair amount of neuroscientific research on this point, on specifically the point of mindfulness meditation, is that emotional self-regulation and many cognitive improvements, many good things happen when you can actually just drop your stress and the automaticity of thinking for a moment and just be aware of the next sensation, the next thought, the next moment of a mood. And there's just our experience is a flow in the present moment, and there's relief to be found there, but it can be kind of hard won. It takes training. It takes a commitment to not merely brooding and thinking, and that's again. And I'm not discounting the utility of thought, and I'm not discounting the importance of sorting out the world. You know, there's a quietistic bias among meditators that I think is completely dysfunctional. And we don't want a culture of people who are not engaged and not trying to improve the world. But if there's any kernel of truth in the religions we so deplore, and they are just a carnival of errors, the truth is that it's possible to sink into the present moment in such a way as to find it sacred and to cease to have a problem. And that's just a fact for which there's so much testimony, and unfortunately most of the testimony is contaminated with religious bullshit. So that's what it is.
TV, the world is thinking.
I'm always tempted when I see an audience like this to say, Sam Harris needs no introduction and then sit down. But you're such a weird group, I know that maybe I'll say something to try to find out why you're here. Of the three horsemen, or the great trinity of those people who have been called the new atheists, we have had, or tried to have, all three of them here. Christopher Hitchens got sick and had to cancel. Richard Dawson was here, filled the place, and lectured for an hour about evolution. In Berkeley, we had to go out and try to find somebody in Berkeley who didn't believe in evolution. So I'm expecting more from Sam Harris. Sam Harris's credentials are so numerous. He, after an experience with ecstasy, he dropped out of college and decided to try to find the way to wisdom and enlightenment in a more direct way. I went to India, meditated, learned a great deal about this tradition, came back, went to Stanford, and graduated. After that, he also took a degree in neuroscience, a PhD in neuroscience. He's written, I believe this is 4 books, End of Faith, Letters to a Christian Nation, and now the Moral Landscape, which is very appropriate for Berkeley because it's trying to see how science can determine and enlighten values and our senses of right and wrong, good and evil. I think it's even gentle to say that Sam is a iconoclast, especially of religion. He's been very hard on all forms of fundamentalism, especially Islam, and that might give some of us in the progressive religious movement make us feel more comfortable. But the fact is, he's pretty critical of progressive religion also, seeing it as very often enabling of those with more radical beliefs. I always think how when I read of him, that how Paul Tillich said, you know, we always need atheists around, believers need atheists. Sam is not an atheist, but he and Hitchens and Richard are also, can be said, anti-theists. They are warriors in the battle against ideas of God which are demeaning and which produce violence and ignorance. So it's nice to have him here. No, I don't think nice is the word. It will be illuminating to have him here. Sam.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, Sam, that is the first introduction that has detailed my history of drug use. So I think it's probably appropriate here in Berkeley. Well, it's an honor to be here. I've never spoken in Berkeley before, and as many of you know, I've been speaking for the last 6 years or so, very critically about religion. And when you criticize religion in public, what you immediately get are all the reasons why people think that's a terrible idea. And the first reason is never that there's so much evidence that God exists, that you're denying the obvious, that you haven't read the Bible closely enough. The first reason, even for fundamentalists, the truth of religion is not the first line of defense. The first reason is that religion, it is imagined, offers the only possible framework to think about morality in truly global terms, in universal terms. And there are several things wrong with this claim. Obviously, it's not an argument. It's not, even if it were true, it wouldn't prove that God exists. Religion could function as a placebo. It also doesn't reconcile the obvious contradictions among the world's religions. It doesn't reconcile the contradictory truth claims of Christianity and Judaism, or Christianity and Islam. So it is kind of a non sequitur as a defense of God, but I used to think it was a totally empty claim. But now I've come to believe that actually religious people and even fundamentalists, perhaps especially fundamentalists, are worried about something that is worth worrying about. They're worried that secular people, for the most part, have become convinced that something has happened in the last 200 years of intellectual discourse that has made it impossible to speak about moral truth. And I continually meet people who seem to have had their convictions of moral truth eroded by something that has happened in science and philosophy. And this is I think, troublesome. I think we are in danger of waking up in a world where the only people who are sure that moral truths exist are religious demagogues who think the universe is 6,000 years old. That's not a world we should be eager to live in. So I'm going to push your intuitions around on this front. But just to give you a sense of the problem, and to tell you how this issue is really seared onto my brain, I'll tell you a little story. I was at a conference a few years ago talking about the link between morality and human well-being, as I'm going to tonight. And I said something that I thought would be quite uncontroversial in this context. I said, listen, we know that morality relates to human well-being. We know that human well-being relates to the facts that allow mind to emerge in the brain, and so it's constrained by truth claims in some sense. And therefore we know that certain cultures are wrong about how to maximize human well-being, and therefore they're wrong in terms of what they value. And I cited as an example life for women, especially under the Taliban. It seemed to me their violent misogyny and religious lunacy was a pretty obvious context in which people, especially women, were not thriving. Now, it turns out to denigrate the Taliban at a scientific conference is to court controversy. And so after I said, okay, another speaker came up to me and said, well, how could you ever say that the compulsory veiling of women is wrong from the point of view of science? And I said, well, okay, the moment you link questions of right and wrong to questions of human well-being, then it seems pretty clear that forcing half the population to live in cloth bags and beating them or killing them when they try to get out is not a way of maximizing well-being, and therefore not a good practice. And she said, well, that's just your opinion. I said, okay, well, let's just make it easier. Let's imagine we found a culture that was removing the eyeballs of every third child. Okay, would you then agree that we had found a culture that was not perfectly maximizing human well-being? And she said, it would depend on why they were doing it. Okay. So that after I picked my jaw back up off the floor, I said, okay, let's say they're doing it for religious reasons. Let's say they have a scripture which says every third should walk in darkness, or some such nonsense. Okay. And you'll be pleased or horrified to know that she just bit the bullet here and said, then you could never say that they were wrong. Okay, now this was a woman who has a background in science and philosophy. She's now on the President's Council for Bioethics. She's one of 13 people advising our President on all of the issues related to progress in medicine and life science generally. She had just delivered a totally lucid lecture on the moral implications, as she saw them, for the use of neuroscience in our courts. She was very worried that we have been developing lie detection technology and that we are using this on captured terrorists. And she viewed this as an invasion of cognitive liberty. Okay, so on the one hand, her moral scruples were really finely calibrated to our own possible missteps, in this case in our war on terror. But she was rather sanguine about the ritual enucleation of children. And it seemed to me terrifyingly detached from the very real suffering of millions of women in Afghanistan at this moment. So this kind of impossible juxtaposition of views is something I'm encountering a lot now among disproportionately well-educated and liberal people. So it's something we have to grapple with. Now the issue for most people is that it has been said over and over again that there's a distinction between facts and values, and that science and rationality generally can only really make truth claims about the former. So science obviously can deal with facts. We have a universe of facts that we can understand to a greater or lesser degree. Facts transcend culture in some basic sense. But it's not that values are another thing entirely. Values are the domain of questions of right and wrong and good and evil, and inconveniently for us, this is the area where the most important questions in human life arise. These are questions like, how should you raise your children? What goals should you strive for in life? What constitutes a good life? And it's thought that science will never be able to tell us the right answers to these questions. Just as science is never going to tell you whether you should like chocolate over vanilla, it's not going to tell you how you should raise your children or treat your neighbor. Now, I think this is an illusion. I think this is quite confused, and it's a dangerous illusion, for as I said, it erodes the conviction of very smart people in the face of really barbaric practices, which occasion needless human misery. Now, it's long been obvious that we have needed a universal framework to think about values and morality. In the immediate aftermath of World War II, the UN put forward its Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and yet the American Anthropological Association, in all its wisdom, came forward and said, this is a fool's errand. You can't put forward a Universal Declaration of Human Rights because you're merely foisting one provincial notion of value onto the rest of humanity. It's an intellectually illegitimate thing to do. Okay, now this is the best our social sciences could do, really with the crematory of Auschwitz still smoking. This is 1947. Now, I think the connection between facts and values is actually straightforward and philosophically uninteresting. And I'm going to elide many of the common categories and distinctions one finds in philosophy and in what's called meta-ethics. I just want to say that there's going to be a Q&A afterwards, and if you think I've missed some crucial bit of philosophy in my treatment here, please come to the mic and deliver the devastating argument. I want to hear from you. I don't want you to leave with your doubts intact, but I'm convinced that many of the categories we have in philosophy to talk about the truth value of morality and the relationship between values and facts are needlessly confusing, and there's just no reason to keep rehashing these ancient and, I think, truly moribund debates. values reduce to facts about the well-being of conscious creatures. The well-being of conscious creatures is what can be valued in this universe. If you doubt this, just imagine a universe populated entirely by rocks. Okay, rocks presumably have no inner dimension. There's nothing that it's like to be a rock. We are right to be unconcerned about the experience of rocks because we think there's no possibility of experience there. And I think we are right to be more concerned about our fellow primates than we are about insects because we think that there's an inner dimension there that can be modulated to a much greater degree by changes in the universe. In a universe, for changes in the universe to matter, they have to matter to some conscious system. Now, if you doubt this, here's the one bit of philosophy I'm going to anchor this to. It seems to be the only assumption you have to buy. Imagine a universe in which every conscious creature suffers as much as it possibly can for as long as it can. Okay, I call this the worst possible misery for everyone. Okay, the worst possible misery for everyone is bad. Okay, if the word bad is to mean anything, surely it applies to the worst possible misery for everyone. Okay, now, if you don't think the worst possible misery for everyone is bad, or you think there might be something worse, or you think it might have a silver lining, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm pretty sure you don't know what you're talking about either. The moment you grant me that the worst possible misery for everyone is bad, okay, and therefore worth avoiding, and if we should do anything in this universe, we should avoid the worst possible misery for everyone, well then, you have the worst possible misery for everyone over here, and you have every other possible constellation of conscious experience, which by definition is better. Because you have this continuum here of possible states of consciousness, and given that consciousness is related to the way the universe is constrained by the laws of nature in some way, there are going to be right and wrong ways to move along this continuum. There are going to be ways to think you're avoiding the worst possible misery and to fail. It's going to be possible to have erroneous beliefs about how best to move from your current space on this continuum to something better. Now this is, in philosophy, a somewhat controversial statement. Again, I do not see how. But it meets with objections of the following sort. You hear people say, well, what if someone wanted to torture all conscious beings to the point of madness? How could you ever prove that he's not as good as you are? Okay, and this is the kind of email I get. Okay. Or more relevantly, if a member of the Taliban wants to throw battery acid in the face of a little girl for the crime of learning to read, how could you ever convince him that he's not as moral as you are? Again, this is really the kind of email I get. Now, this is a pseudo-problem. Notice we don't confront this. Oh, I failed to anticipate a slide. A religious conception of morality, again, falls into the same concept of well-being and its possible changes, the conscious well-being of creatures. So if you are concerned about a lifetime of happiness with God after death in heaven, and avoiding a lifetime of misery in hell, again, you are concerned about consciousness and its changes. You just happen to think consciousness and its changes are most importantly experienced after death, for eternity. Now again, this is a claim about which science has some rather obvious doubts, but this is still the same framework. We're talking about consciousness and its changes. Now, this challenge, this fundamental skeptical challenge about well-being not being worth valuing, and how could you convince someone who doesn't value it? Notice how this maps onto our notion of physical health. Okay, physical health is loosely defined. Okay, we don't have a clear definition of health. We sort of know it when we see it. It has something to do with not dying too early. It has something to do with not always vomiting. Right, not being in continuous pain. Now, if we re-engineer our genome so that we can live to be 1,000 and regrow missing limbs like a salamander, okay, that will become part of our expectation of basic physical health. So this notion of health is truly elastic, and yet the fact that it can't be clearly tied down is not a problem for the science of medicine. No, you don't hear a philosophical challenge to medicine of the following sort. Who are you to say that not always vomiting is healthy? What if you meet someone who wants to always vomit and wants to be dead tomorrow? What you don't hear someone say, how would you convince a person with terminal smallpox that he's not as healthy as you are? Okay, this kind of attack upon medicine would make no sense. And yet this is precisely the attack one hears from moral relativists and multiculturalists when you talk about the very obvious and needless and horrific misery of millions of people in situations that are anchored to really pathological notions of good and evil. Now, even the most basic, apparently value-free descriptions of fact in science are also anchored to values in a way that would never survive this kind of skeptical challenge you meet when you talk about morality. Consider water. Okay, water is a substance we now dimly understand. For about 150 years we've known it's 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen. What do we do when someone doubts that proposition? I mean, what do we do if someone comes into the room and says, well, that's not how I choose to think about water? You know? What do we do when someone says, well, I'm a biblical chemist, and you can get your chemistry from science, but I get my chemistry from the book of Genesis, and whatever squares with Genesis is chemistry for me. Okay, now, again, see the analogy to moral truth. The only thing we can do in that case is appeal to scientific values. I mean, you have to value understanding the universe. You have to value evidence. You have to value logical consistency. If you don't value these things, the conversation stops. There is no convincing someone who doesn't value evidence that they should value it. What evidence are you going to provide to convince someone that they should value evidence? Okay, what logical argument are you going to offer to convince them of the necessity of obeying the rules of logic? Okay, so even the most basic scientific statements, I mean, you don't get more basic than the chemistry of water. You don't get more value-free than the chemistry of water, are anchored to values at every point. So this covers Hume's famous notion of you can't get an ought from an is. You can't get a statement of how we should behave or how the world should be based on a description of the way it is. You can't get an is without an ought. You can't make the most basic scientific statement without conforming to the norms of scientific rationality. So science is very much in the values business. It is a myth that there's this division between facts and values in science. Now there's another way to bridge this supposed gap between facts and values. And it's this, when you look more closely at what beliefs are, we form beliefs about the world in many domains. We form beliefs about facts, obviously, and this constitutes science, but it constitutes every truth claim we make about the world. Journalism and common sense and your personal memories of your past. But we also form beliefs about values. And this includes religion and ethics and questions of right and wrong and good and evil. We decided to look at these operations at the level of the brain. We put people in fMRI scanners and gave them statements to read, statements from many different categories, and just looking to see if the difference between judging something true and rejecting another statement as false was sensitive to content. So statements from science, statements from religion, statements from ethics, and we found that the brain is essentially doing the same thing independent of content. So on the left we have all of our categories bin together, and you get this region of signal in what's called the ventromedial prefrontal cortex. And in the middle we have mathematics, and on the right we have ethics. So mathematics and ethics were probably our most different category areas. Mathematics was just equations. You just had true and false equations. Ethics was statements like, it's good to be kind to children versus it's good to torture children. Okay, so obviously very value-laden statements. And the difference between accepting a proposition and rejecting it seemed to be importantly similar. I mean, within the tolerance of an fMRI experiment, those are essentially the same maps. So I'm not placing too much emphasis on this, but I would just suggest to you that if the brain thinks it's doing the same thing when it's accepting a proposition about ethics versus rejecting another proposition about ethics, and accepting mathematical statements versus rejecting mathematical statements, then I think we should be very slow to break our worldview into separate fundamental categories of values and facts. So I would suggest to you that belief is really our best effort to map reality in our thoughts. And when we seem to succeed in doing this, when our beliefs about the world survive the tests that the world throws up at them, well, then we call it knowledge. Then we don't talk about believing things, we talk about knowing things. But still, we're simply talking about linguistic representations of the world. And I think it's clear that there is a continuum of facts about which we could form true or false beliefs that relate very directly to human happiness, to the question of how human beings, both individually and collectively, can flourish. And there's clearly a continuum where on the one hand you can live in a failed state where everything that can go wrong does go wrong. Think of a place like Congo at the moment. This is photos from Somalia in the 80s, but Congo at this moment, I mean Somalia is also a failed state, but the worst example probably of any place to be at this moment is Congo, where everyone's daily concern essentially is to avoid being raped and killed by drug-addled soldiers. Where there's just absolutely no basis for cooperation, to think about the education of children. Things can go disastrously wrong in human communities, but they go wrong for a reason. And how we move from a state of absolute and needless misery to something much more idyllic, that movement is still constrained, clearly, by the dynamics of human psychology and social systems and economic incentives and the rule of law. I mean, all of these, we can't just make everything up. I mean, this is not merely culture that explains these movements. And clearly there are many levels at which we could understand how human life can be improved, how human well-being can be maximized. There's a level of the genome. I mean, clearly there are genes for positive social emotions that people can have to a greater or lesser degree. And there's, at the other extreme, the dynamics of economies and political arrangements. But every place in between, we're talking about anything that can possibly influence states of the human brain. We're talking about genetics and neurobiology and psychology and sociology and economics. So I'm not talking, when I talk about science giving us an understanding of human values, I'm not narrowly talking about white lab-coated experimentalists scanning brains. I'm talking about any area of human life where we make truth claims honestly, based on honest observation and clear reasoning about the nature of reality. There are clearly right and wrong ways for human beings to seek to thrive. And this, I think, is easy to see. If you just imagine two people living on Earth, we call them Adam and Eve. If you just think of two people here, it's pretty clear that they have better and worse options. There are better and worse responses to the predicament of simply appearing in this place. Bad option number one, they could smash each other in the face with a large rock. Okay. Clearly that is a failure to discover the most promising sources of collaboration that the human condition offers. Now, how does this change when you add 6.7 billion people to the experiment? I don't think it does. It just gets more complicated. So what I'd ask you to consider is what I call a moral landscape, where the peaks correspond to the heights of well-being, and the valleys correspond to the lowest depths of suffering. And one thing to realize about this analogy is that it's pretty clear that there can be multiple peaks on this landscape. It's not obviously so, it doesn't have to be so, but I think it's quite plausible that there are many different ways for human beings and human communities to thrive that are dissimilar and therefore importantly different, and if you're living one way, you can't live another way. But clearly there are going to be many more ways to not be on a peak. There are going to be many more ways to fail to be as happy and as creative and as intelligent as human communities could be. Now, why wouldn't multiple right answers be a problem? Well, consider the analogy of food. I would never be tempted to argue that there must be one right food to eat. There are clearly many right answers to the question, what is food? But there are obvious wrong answers. The distinction between food and poison is still scientifically true. And it's true even with all of the caveats. I mean, some people are allergic to peanuts. They'll die if they eat them. Peanuts are a poison for them, but a food for us. We can understand all of this in the context of chemistry and biology and every science related to human health. People also worry that if there's going to be an ethical principle that's true, it has to always be true, and if you find a single exception, well, then there's no such thing as moral truth. Well, consider by analogy the game of chess. Okay, the principle of not losing your queen in chess is absolutely worth following almost all the time. It is one of the best things you can seek to do. And yet it admits of nearly countless exceptions. There are moments where losing your queen is a brilliant thing to do. Now this is, think by analogy, the principle of not lying. Now not lying, truth-telling, is obviously, in so many circumstances, a good thing to do. I mean, telling lies is just almost the easiest way to screw up your life. And yet, when the Nazis come knocking on the door and asking whether you have Jews in the basement, that might be a time to forget about Kant and tell your first lie. Now, the fact that there's a situational exception to the principle of not lying does not mean that there's no such thing as moral truth. This model of a landscape also admits of the possibility of what we call spiritual or mystical experience. I think that there's no question that the human mind is capable of having remarkable self-transcending experiences, and many of which can be very hard-won, many of which you have to have a talent, perhaps, to access, and certainly training to access. And many positive social emotions that we all experience can be brought to a much higher register than we bring them. I mean, something like compassion or empathy. I used to be in the habit of saying that undoubtedly there's a Tiger Woods of compassion out there. For obvious reasons, that analogy doesn't work so well. But I think compassion is best thought of as a skill. It's clearly trainable. It's clearly something that people have to a greater or lesser degree. And we're beginning to understand the neurology of both its appearance and its encouragement. Our minds are to a significant degree plastic. I mean, you sort of become what you pay attention to. And this is something, a maturing science of the human mind really can put us in a position to understand. How many of you recognize this photo? This is a photo of apparently very happy Nazis. You can't quite make it out. This is from a book that's now called the Auschwitz album. There was a photo album that was discovered in an attic somewhere of just Nazis having a gay old time. And it took some research to figure out who they were and what they were doing. These were people working at Auschwitz during the peak of its productivity as a factory of death. And this was they were at a kind of a chalet that was a few kilometers from the death camp. So this is more or less their mood as they were listening to accordion music and lying in the sun and eating blueberries under the plume of human ash coming out of the crematory of Auschwitz. Now, there's nothing about my view of the moral landscape or the link I'm drawing between morality and human well-being that insists that I deny the obvious happiness of these people. I don't think they're fake smiles that we see there. I think these are, and I don't think these people are psychopaths. I think for the most part these are normal people who would go home and pet their dogs and cats, and they love their children, and they would listen to Wagner and shed a tear. The problem with these people was not that they had a radically different conception of morality. They have a moral circle that they had radically delimited. They had put most of humanity outside the sphere of their moral concern. And that's what we continually run into in the world. Based on some divisive dogmatism, we run into groups of people who just manage to put the better part of humanity, or significant groups of humanity, outside the theater of their moral concern. Now, I want to talk about Islam for a moment, because I think we are wise to be concerned about it. As you know, I'm concerned about religion in general, but I think we're wise to differentiate specific religious beliefs. And we are, I think, quite encumbered by political correctness and just frank confusion on this front. One problem is that we have this one word, religion, which names this truly diverse spectrum of fascinations and ideological commitments. And religion is a nearly useless term. It's a term like sports. Now, there are sports like badminton, and there are sports like Thai boxing. And they have almost nothing in common apart from breathing. Now, there are sports that are just synonymous with the risk of physical injury or even death. I mean, there's sports that are just synonymous with violence. Now, if you get injured playing badminton, you're just embarrassed. We're facing a problem at this moment. There is, I'm happy to say, a religion of peace in this world, but it's not Islam. Okay. To call Islam a religion of peace, as we hear ceaselessly reiterated, is completely delusional. Now, Jainism actually is a religion of peace. Jainism is the core principle of Jainism is nonviolence. Gandhi got his nonviolence from the Jains. The crazier you get as a Jain, the less we have to worry about you. It is. This is. I mean, Jain extremists are actually they are paralyzed by their pacifism. Jain extremists they can't take their eyes off the ground when they walk lest they step on an ant. They filter every sip of water through cheesecloth lest they swallow and thereby kill a bug. I mean, needless to say, they're vegetarian. So the problem, notice, the problem is not religious extremism, okay, because extremism is not a problem if your core beliefs are truly nonviolent. The problem isn't fundamentalism. Which we often hear this said. These are euphemisms. I mean, the only problem with Islamic fundamentalism are the fundamentals of Islam. Now we have Mullah Omar and Osama bin Laden and Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. These guys agree about the nature of reality and how to live within it. And the problem is they are giving a very plausible version of the faith. Osama bin Laden is not the Reverend Jim Jones of the Muslim world. It would be wonderful if he were, but the problem is he is giving a truly straightforward version of Islam, and you really have to be an acrobat to figure out how he's distorting the faith. Now, if these guys were Jains, or Buddhists, or Amish, or Quakers, it would be patently obvious how they were distorting their religion. I mean, in fact, their behavior would be unintelligible. Okay? It is not obvious by the light of Islam, and this is just a fact we have to speak honestly about. And no one should be speaking more honestly about this and more volubly about this than moderate Muslims. Moderate Muslims have to find some way to grapple with this fact. But to say that Osama bin Laden is David Koresh is just a lie, and it's a dangerous lie at this point. Now, I just want to rehearse for you what these core beliefs are and what they entail. The belief is that Muhammad got the Quran directly from the Archangel Gabriel in his cave in the 7th century. And it is the perfect word, therefore, of the creator of the universe. I apologize for the cartoonish nature of this image of Muhammad, but quality images are difficult to come by at the moment. Now, the consequence is we have this single book, which is imagined to be the best book on any subject ever written, never to be superseded by any human effort at any point in the future. Now, this is a problem because this is a profoundly mediocre book. Okay. It is dangerous to say this. It is suicidal to say this as a Muslim. It is true. And we have to grapple with this fact. And the idea that this is the best book ever written on any subject can only be maintained in a kind of fantastical intellectual isolation. And this isolation has actually been achieved in the Arab world to an astonishing degree. Some of you probably have heard this fact, but the country of Spain translates more of the world's literature and learning into Spanish every year than the entire Arab world has translated into Arabic since the 9th century. That's scary. It's scary given that the contents of this book really offers precious little rationale for living in a sane and pluralistic global civilization. What it does give you a rationale for is ceaselessly worshiping the perfect being who has given you this mediocre book. And this is a photo of Muslims in Kashmir worshiping at a shrine believed to contain a single beard hair from the Prophet Muhammad. Now, in showing you this image, I don't actually mean to denigrate the positive emotions that can be associated with this kind of practice. I mean, I think devotion is a positive emotion that we want in our lives. And I certainly don't mean to make light of how difficult life undoubtedly is for Muslims in Kashmir. But it seems to me patently obvious, given the challenges that they face and that we all face in creating a world worth living in, these people have something more important to do than worship the beard hair of a man who may well have been a schizophrenic. And again, when I talk about Islam, one thing I should make perfectly clear, and should have made it clear at the top, I'm talking about the logical and behavioral consequences of ideas. I'm not talking about people. I'm not talking about all Muslims. Not all Muslims are terrorists. Obviously, not all Muslims support terrorism. Not all Muslims take Islam all that seriously. I'm certainly not talking about a race of people. I'm not talking about Arabs. I'm not talking about nationalities or ethnicities. I'm talking about ideas and what people can plausibly do on their basis. And what people do on the basis of these ideas, it turns out to be very bad for women to a remarkable degree and in general. And there really is no basis in Islam to argue that there should be true equality between the sexes. I mean, you have to finesse, you can finesse this issue, but what you cannot get is just a clear statement of men and women are equal and have the same moral stature. It's just not true. You have to edit the faith to get that. And one thing you also get by the logic of the faith at this moment is this death cult behavior that we're now all too familiar with. Suicide bombing of the most extraordinary and ceaseless kind. I mean, you can reliably turn to page 8 of the New York Times every day and discover that someone has blown up a mosque somewhere. First thing to point out is that no one suffers by this more than Muslims. I mean, they're Muslims getting killed by this. It's not Americans for the most part. This is a bombing in Pakistan, where a Sunni bombed a Shia procession. Now the Sunnis view the Shia as apostates, and bombing them makes sense. The core issue here is this notion of martyrdom. The notion that death in defense of the faith is the surest way to paradise. Okay, this belief is what makes sense of this behavior. Now I want to linger over this image for a minute actually. This is a little girl, you can't quite see her in this lighting, but this little girl crouched over the corpse of her mother. And this is actually not the initial bombing. What they did is they bombed a procession of Shia pilgrims, and then they sent another suicide bomber to the hospital to wait for the ambulances to come in to blow up the casualties and the doctors and the nurses and the ambulance drivers. So this is a shot from outside the hospital. And just imagine this. I mean, just imagine what it was like for someone to come up with that idea. It's kind of creative in a truly diabolical way. Someone had to volunteer to be the suicide bomber. And someone had to get up in the morning thinking this is the best use of his life, to blow up this little girl's mother. And I mean, this is, again, realize this is not collateral damage. This is the point of the exercise. In fact, by this logic, by the logic of this belief, it is impossible to kill the wrong people, because all the good Muslims you blow up are going to go to paradise and they're going to thank you. All the bad Muslims, all the apostates and the infidels are going to go to hell where they belong. It is impossible to screw this up. Now, just so you don't get the sense that I'm narrowly focused on Islam, I would point out that the moment you see the link between morality and human well-being, you can see that notions of right and wrong and good and evil that come to us from religion often break this connection. And that's what's so dangerous about religion. I mean, in the best case, religion gives people bad reasons to be good where good reasons are actually available. In the worst case, it just disregards human well-being entirely. So, for instance, the Catholic Church is simply more concerned about stopping contraception than stopping the rape of children. And that is a fact about both the beliefs of this particular person, the use of his energy over the last several decades, and just the energy of the church. If you know anything about the child rape scandal in the Catholic Church, it is mind-boggling, the effort that was not spent to protect children, and the effort that was spent on sheltering the rapists from secular justice. The Catholic Church is also more concerned, incidentally, about stopping gay marriage than stopping genocide. I mean, this is what its attention is on. Okay. This, when you realize that questions of right and wrong actually relate to questions of human well-being, this is not morality. This is not an alternate moral framework that we have to take seriously. The Catholic Church could talk about physics. It could say, well, we're actually interested in the physics of the transubstantiation, or the physics that allows the Holy Ghost to be here and there and everywhere all at once. But there's not a physicist alive who would have to take those utterances seriously. Okay, I'm saying that if you talk that way, you don't get invited back to the physics conference. What I'm saying is that the moment we admit that morality relates to human and animal well-being, you don't have to get invited back to the morality conference either. Now I'm going to briefly remind you of some of the reasons why religion can't be the repository of our moral wisdom generally. One is that when we go to Scripture, we're the guarantors of the wisdom we find there. And we find the golden rule, and we say, aha, that's why you should read the Bible. Okay, that's just about the wisest thing ever said. But then we includes fundamentalists and Orthodox Jews, we ignore the rest of the book. We ignore the places in Deuteronomy and Leviticus and 2 Samuel where the most mind-numbing theocratic barbarism is recommended. So we bowdlerize the book. So it clearly our moral tools are coming from outside the text. There's also the fact that there's obvious contradictions between the world's faiths. And this is a map of world religion. This is an example I've taken from my colleague Richard Dawkins. This is not how knowledge spreads over the face of the earth. I mean, there's no reason, if you're in the business of understanding truths of any kind, truths about human well-being, truths about the universe, you wouldn't expect your belief system to hug national boundaries in this way. And no one, I think, you just imagine India. Is it possible that they believe, the billion Hindus in India at the moment, that they alone, among all the world's people, they could probably build me a better remote, there's no doubt about that. Do they even think that they know that Ganesh, the elephant-headed god, exists and must be worshipped? I mean, this is not the way we're discovering things about the nature of the world. That people are accidentally born into the right belief system by dint of geography. Now, apart from the contradictions between faiths, there are impressive patterns of contradiction within every faith. Each one of these red arcs is linking two verses in the Bible that are just deal breakers for omniscience. I mean, these are statements that the Bible is just self-refuting in hundreds of places. Jesus was crucified the day before the Passover meal. Jesus was crucified the day after the Passover meal. You just cannot make sense of these two claims. There's also the inconvenient fact that the most important and easily resolved moral conundrums are conundrums that the creator of the universe apparently gets wrong. So slavery is perhaps the most consequential and easiest moral problem we've ever had to confront. Slavery is supported in the Bible, both in the Old Testament and the New. The God of Abraham never envisioned a time where human beings ceased to keep slaves. That is a fact. And then Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, was right to point out that theology was on the side of the slaveholders. I mean, it was despite theology that we got rid of slavery. Now, I want to talk to you for a minute before I wrap up about moral intuition and how it can seem to be confounded. Because people take the difficulties we have in answering moral problems as a sign that there can be no such thing as moral truth. And I want to argue that it's in fact a sign of no such thing. This is the trolley problem, which some of you have probably seen. A trolley is coming down the tracks. If you do nothing, it will hit and kill 5 people, but you stand at a switch and you can throw the switch, diverting the trolley onto another track so that it kills only 1 person. So you would save a net 4 lives. Presented this way, something like 95% of people think you absolutely have to throw that switch. You would be a monster not to throw the switch. But the problem is you can present it another way. A trolley is coming down the track now, but you stand on a footbridge, and beside you is a suitably large fellow who you can push into the path of the oncoming trolley, killing him, unfortunately, but saving 5 workmen and a net 4 lives. Now, when presented this way, everyone's intuition seems to flip, and something like 95% of people think you would be a monster to push that man. I think this is actually somewhat ill-posed, because I think we have an intuitive physics, and most of us burn a lot of fuel worrying about whether the guy's really going to stop the trolley. But even if you stipulate that he will stop the trolley, and these are truly identical outcomes, it's still a problem for most people, and our intuitions get pushed around. Now that is not a sign that there's no right answer to the trolley problem. I think, in fact, one of the details is that they are not equivalent, and it may just be different to push someone up close and personal than to throw a switch in terms of the consequences of everyone involved. I mean, in one scenario you could wake up with nightmares for the rest of your life, and the other you could think you're a hero. And if that's just a difference of human psychology, we have to take that into account in our evaluation of consequences. But consider what we do with our logical intuitions. This is the Monty Hall problem. How many of you have seen the Monty Hall problem? Okay, this is Berkeley, just taking Coles to Newcastle here. So you're on a game show, and you're given a choice of 3 doors. Behind one door is a new car, behind the other 2 are goats. And you pick door number 1. Obviously, if you pick the car, you get to keep it. You pick door number 1, and Monty Hall then opens door number 2, revealing a goat, and he gives you a choice to switch your bet to door number 3. And how many of you think you should switch? How many of you think there's no reason to switch? Okay, well, there's a powerful intuition that many people, certainly many naive people share, that there's no reason to switch. Okay, there's 2 doors. We've got a car behind one, a goat behind the other. Why would you switch? It's a coin toss. Now, it turns out you should switch, and your chances double if you switch, because you had a 1/3 chance when you picked door number 1, and now the 2/3 chance has fully collapsed on the door number 3. But even very smart people, even mathematicians, people who understand probability theory, can just get led back into thinking, wait a minute, there's 2 doors, there's a car, there's a goat, why do you switch? And now, incidentally, it's easier to see if you imagine being confronted with 1,000 doors, and you pick door number 1, and then Monty Hall nullifies. Here, it's pretty obvious you've been given a ton of information, and switching makes sense. The point, however, is that the fact that our intuitions get pushed around never leads anyone to say, well, maybe there's no right answer to the Monty Hall problem. Maybe there's no such thing as logical truth. We're never tempted to do that. There are perceptual illusions that are truly reliable. Anyone who's got a clear shot of the screen sees the tower on the right leaning further to the right than the tower on the left, and yet these are the same photograph. We can get behind our failures of intuition in science. Our failures of intuition tell us a lot about how we're wired, in this case about how the visual system is organized. But there's no question that there are, just as there are perceptual illusions, there are moral illusions. And these are illusions that we have to find a way to get behind. This is based on research by Paul Slovic. He asked groups of people, how much would you give to help a little girl in need? Now, when you ask people that question, you get a maximum rating of empathy and a maximum donation. And if you ask a group how much would you give to help a little boy in need, you get the same response: maximum empathy, maximum donation. The problem, however, is that when you ask them how much they would give to a little girl and a little boy in need, you get a 25% diminishment in both self-reported empathy and material donation. I mean, our concern goes down by a quarter by adding another child. Now, this is clearly not a normative result. This is a bug, not a feature. I mean, if you care about a little girl and you care about a little boy, you should care at least as much about their combined fate. And it gets worse. The more kids you add, the more altruism and empathy diminishes. Now, this explains what Slovic has called genocide neglect. This fact about ourselves that many of us have noticed, that we find genocides boring. We do not have the attentional and emotional resources to pay attention to the greatest occasions of human misery. And yet we have endless resources to pay attention to the story of one little girl trapped in a well. This is an image that perhaps many of you are too young to recognize, but this is baby Jessica pulled from a well. For something like 120 hours, she was in this well, and there was just wall-to-wall television coverage. I mean, everyone with a television was desperate to see how this was going to turn out. And yet, 800,000 people can be hacked to death in Rwanda, and if it even makes the news, we can barely pay attention to it. This is something that we have to engineer our better selves into our laws and our social institutions so that we can protect ourselves from our moment-to-moment failures of moral intuition. So, to conclude, I would point out that the moment we admit that there are right answers to questions of human well-being and that morality relates to this domain of facts, then we have to admit that certain people care about the wrong things. Which is to say that certain people, certain individuals, subcultures, and even whole cultures, perhaps, care about things that reliably produce needless human misery. And it seems to me that the only way we're going to converge on a truly common project and build a global civilization in which we can live toward the same shared values is to admit that this intellectual terrain exists, to admit that morality relates to questions of well-being, and well-being relates to how we are at some basic level, and how the universe is. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I guess I could be first here.
Please.
Sam, in many of the speeches, it's sort of the same thing. You know, there's some quest for some type of universal truth based on science, and then there's also putting down all the other moral systems that religion has that obviously don't work, you know, completely. Some work to some extent, some work to the other. But did you know that there's already a system written of morality based on science? And if you look it up, you know, you can put yourself like way ahead of the game because it's already been done.
What is that system?
Church of Reality.
Church of Reality, okay.
Church of Reality. Okay. Look at the website.
Okay.
It's something I started about 12 years ago.
I've heard of the Church of Reality, but...
Okay, but you got to read the website because it's more than just the name.
Sure.
It started out as just the name.
Okay.
But then it occurred to me like it occurred to you.
Well, I'm inclined to shorten it a bit to just reality.
Well, I know that.
And then I think we can talk about it.
I know people turn off when they hear the word church, but I put the word church in there because I wanted to get the attention of the religious world so that I could win souls for Darwin.
Well, I mean, we're clearly on the same team, and I wish you the best of luck with it.
Okay, but here's the thing about it is that. Yes.
Apologies, but there's a very long line forming behind you. So
I understand, but
everyone can go to the website.
The site I have built a complete moral system based on science.
Okay.
Read the site.
Thank you.
Bertrand Russell said, philosophy is basically gorging upon the stew of every conceivable idea. And recently Peter Hacker had an article that kind of followed that up, dealing with how language kind of confounds a lot of our problems by creating nonsense.
Right.
How much of that do you think is sort of inherent in the whole problem with creating a science out of religion, and that a lot of people who have objections seem to be basing their objections on things that really are more tricks of language than
it's a huge problem. It's people have associations with words that are very difficult to correct for in an elegant way, and people have, for instance, and this is true in science as well. I run into scientists who think that the difference between subjective and objective is hugely important, and that subjectivity, in some sense, can never be understood scientifically. I mean, this happens more among physicists than it's just how would we ever understand what it's like to be another person? And it's just there's some very philosophically unsophisticated views, even in among very smart scientists. And I mean, that one is. This is a crucial distinction that I'll just briefly go into. We use words like subjective and objective in two very different ways. Actually, a local giant here, John Searle, is the first to make this point, at least in my hearing. We talk about subjectivity and objectivity ontologically, which is to say, in terms of what exists. But we also talked about it epistemologically in terms of how we know things. And so ontologically, there are objective facts, third-person facts about the physical world, and there are subjective facts about what it's like to be a certain conscious creature. And we could talk about both of those honestly and searchingly and in the context of science. The epistemological subjective and objective difference is where bias and personal views, and I like chocolate and you like vanilla, and why do you how should I cut my hair? And I mean, all of this, those kinds of questions, merely personal, merely subjective. The notion of subjectivity that diminishes truth claims, that has nothing to do with studying the nature of any conscious system. I mean, that's just, so we're using the difference between subjectivity and objectivity in very confusing ways, and so people think, well, it's just merely subjective. That's just your opinion. Who can say what a good life is? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense when you talk about physical health, and it shouldn't make any sense when you talk about psychological health or the health of societies. Yeah.
I have two hopefully brief questions. I hope you'll answer at least one. I think the point evangelist Christians might make, if they ever read your book, which is wishful thinking, I agree, is this. Even if there are theories of morality that do not depend on God, as you clearly demonstrate, they'll say they're not relevant. Why? Because without God to punish them, people will do whatever they like. As Dostoevsky, I'm sure people know, is often quoted as writing, if God is not, then all is permitted. So you still need religion, they would say, or at least a history of religion, even now in godless Denmark, for human beings to behave themselves. So how would you respond to that?
Well,
question one?
Well, actually, I just got to limit you to one because just the line behind you is daunting. Yeah, one, it's not true because clearly atheists can be motivated to be good in the same way. And in fact, the most secular societies on earth, in fact, the most atheistic societies on earth right now, are societies in Western Europe that are characterized by highly moral behavior by any index you would use.
But they had a history of religion.
Okay, but they've shed their history and they seem to be better for it. So that's inconvenient for the thesis. But clearly there is a challenge here for us to want the right. I mean, there are people who are not capable of wanting what they should want, and there are psychopaths, right? There are people who have have brain damage, which we're beginning to understand, and they don't feel empathy for other people. Okay, so there's certain people are not up to the challenge of living a wise and ethical life, and we have to understand that. Now, there are cultures that make there are ways of, undoubtedly ways of raising children, ways of talking to one another in the public sphere, and institutional mechanisms to put in place that can encourage the greatest number of people to want to collaborate freely and non-oppressively and creatively with everyone else. And that's the challenge for us. We have to build a global civilization that allows most of the people who want to do that. And there's some obvious principles that are so obvious that they basically should be non-negotiable. Things like free speech and the rights of women. You know, those are probably not on the table to be doubted, and yet so many societies don't even have that. The most basic rudiments of building a sane sphere for public discourse. And so we have to, kind of the first pass of what we should do is what any sane person would want to do given all the facts. And the trade-offs between individuals and the collective, or between the free speech versus privacy, all of these things, there are difficult ethical dilemmas that we can run into at the margins or in our lives personally. But the biggest moves for us to make as whole cultures are so obvious, and they're moves that would lift every boat with the same tide. I mean, stopping nuclear proliferation, stopping our contribution to climate change, stopping the causes of war, stopping pandemics. All of these things are good for everybody. And so it's just, you don't need divisive religious dogmatism to help that project along. In fact, it's one of the most obvious things standing in its way, I think.
The proof of concept visual you showed about the moral landscape, how do you think how do you think scientists, your peers or yourself, could get inspiration from that and actually come up with, say, a mathematical model or framework that will be ever evolving for sure? Something that we can start with so we can get something actionable out of the scientific research. I mean, I can't wait for the day where I could go to the BBC News website and be able to see the moral finding of the week with the with the landscape visual there.
I mean, I think
out of the scientific research. I mean, I can't wait for the day where I could go to the BBC News website and be able to see the moral finding of the week with the with the landscape visual there.
I mean, I think it's, in detail, it would certainly take a long time, but I think the most important moves, again, don't even require more data. I mean, we know that throwing battery acid in the face of little girls who want to learn to read is not a good thing to do. We don't have to scan anybody's brain to figure out that that's not really compassion and that's not really good for society. And so I think we have to, the core move is to admit that there are right answers to the question of how human beings can live lives worth living.
I'm just appealing to the visual marketability of
Well, I think it does. I mean, there are many things that fall out of it. One is just the many peaks, as I said, but there are other dynamics of it. There's the fact that we might often have to move downward in order to move upward to a higher place. And I think there's an evolutionary argument, for instance, that altruism could only have formed in communities that were warring with other communities. And so the actual, our core moral tool at the moment of caring to collaborate with one another within a group is something that could have only been born, if Samuel Bowles is right, by first kind of descending into this valley of internecine struggle. And now if that's true, then so be it. But clearly that's not our circumstance now. I understand your question. I just think we have to, one, admit that human well-being is an intelligible subject to be studied scientifically. That has started to happen in psychology and neuroscience. But we then have to admit that whatever we find there has truly transcultural consequences in the same way that that facts about human health do. And if culture does make a contribution, which I think it certainly does, if culture changes us in ways that are relevant to human well-being, it does that by changing our brains. I mean, it still is realized at the level of the brain, and we can understand that in science. But I mean, it's going to be a long time before we have a lot of detail. I'm just trying to get the project motivated. So.
Thanks.
I apologize for the vagueness of the question, but I don't stay up at night wondering about, whether 2 + 2 really equals 4.
Right.
But I do stay up at night wondering about how much I should donate to charity and what it does mean to lead a good life. I'm wondering if you can envision a point at which the certainty that we have about mathematical truth, is it just a matter of the complexity of the issue, do you think, that that begets this kind of, difficulty in understanding these things, or are there other factors?
Yeah, well, yeah, good question. There are a few factors. One is there's understanding it in terms of science. Clearly, it's a much more complex issue, and one analogy is economics. When is economics going to be a science? Who knows? I mean, clearly we're in a position to be just surprised by the dynamics of economic systems, and maybe that's always going to be true, but no one would be tempted to say, well, there's just no truth there, or it's a sign of bigotry to criticize somebody's response to a banking crisis. I mean, clearly we're operating in a situation where there are truths and we just don't know them, and we're worried. And that's, so there's an analogous issue there with morality. But speaking personally, it's nowhere written that it's easy to be good, and we have other motives. I mean, we're selfish and we want certain things that we know we probably shouldn't want, or which is to say we would be happier and we wouldn't regret it if we could overcome these wants, but yet we still want, we want to lose weight, but we also want a hot fudge sundae. So we're multiform in our motives, and I think the most important move for all of us to make is in our most reflective moments to come up with an honest opinion about what should happen, and then to engineer that at the level of society, so that if our tax code dealt with the problem of how much we should be giving to homelessness, say, we wouldn't be having to recalculate every minute about whether we give or we don't give. I mean, we have to solve the problem of homelessness, to take one problem among myriad. There are more and less intelligent ways to address it. We clearly haven't discovered the way that is actionable, that is really going to work. But the idea that there's no way to address it seems frankly crazy. And the idea that we're all left with just deciding whether to take $1 out of our pocket, that's clearly not the remedy. And yet that's the kind of remedy, that's the kind of problem that each of us in the privacy of our own lives worries about in terms of our own ethical responsibility. I think the bigger swings are going to happen at the level of what we engineer at the level of society. But it's a hard problem, and it's just the koan we all have to solve moment to moment.
Mark Lewis, OptimalHumanValues.com. Thank you for your work, Sam, in this area. I see 2 central challenges to your basic premise or your basic conclusion that science can determine human values. One is the philosophical case, which I believe you address relatively effectively in your book. The second is, we could say, a fear that if we cede the realm of values to science,
right,
that science will make a mistake and tell us to value the wrong thing, and in the process destroy things that are truly valuable and important. And the challenge that poses, seems to me from the people I've spoken with about your book, has them not want to face the arguments in your book because they're afraid that if they listen to the arguments, that they'll have to see them.
People have creepy associations with the word science, and they think what I'm advocating is a kind of brave new world scenario where everyone's just going to be medicated with the right drug. Science is our truly open conversation in which we are most constrained by honest observation and clear reasoning. I mean, it's when we make our best effort to get our biases out of the way, and our wishful thinking out of the way, and just talk honestly about what we know and what we don't know. And the suspicion that might, it's a very strange intuition that the most important questions in human life must fall outside of science, because what we're saying is that when you become most intellectually honest, when you get your wishful thinking out of the way, when you get your biases out of the way, when you rely upon clear reasoning and honest observation, that's precisely the mood you can't be in to address the most important questions in human life. Okay, that's weird, and we should point that out. There is no other mood to be in to address the most important questions, and science is, and so again, I don't define science narrowly. I'm defining it's evidence-based, rational discussion where people's convictions are going to scale with the quality of the arguments and the quality of the evidence, and that is really the antithesis of what happens in religion, and it's what's brought to really an exquisite refinement in science per se, but it's also true of all intellectual discourse. And so it's not about getting a science. Your fear is, or the fear you're expressing, could be applied to medicine. You know, we're all afraid that science is going to get human health wrong, and disease wrong, and cancer wrong. And well, yeah, it's possible to get these things wrong, but the remedy for getting them wrong is always just better science. It's better. It's understanding the facts more clearly, and the antidote is never some other process of irrational, faith-based claims about the nature of reality. So,
I hope you'll lead a forum to that end as well.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that vote of confidence.
I did want to preface this by saying that I am not a Muslim. I'm not any religion at all. But it bothered me when you were talking about Islam being not a religion of peace. Muhammad was a very peaceful man.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, well, yes,
no.
And he had a great respect for women. His wives were given a great deal of power over him. And
have you been reading Karen Armstrong? Is that where it's coming from?
No. I've read Karen Armstrong, but no. And you know what's happening now with Islam is it's bastardized, just like all the other religions. But it bothers me that you.
So you're saying the true Islam, if we could only return to it, would just nullify all of my concerns about Islam?
I don't think any religion is a good religion, but it bothers me that you singled Islam out, and that you said that that actually that Muhammad was a peaceful man.
Okay, and Muhammad, who knows who Muhammad was? I mean, Muhammad's actually closer to history than Jesus and many of the other patriarchs, so we know more about him. But obviously there's a lot of uncertainty about what's factual, but the example of Muhammad as held in Islam universally is not of a pacifist. He was a conquering warlord who spread the faith with the sword quite successfully. And the expectation is this is a way of being in the world that is by example totally justified. Now this is different from Jesus. Jesus did not spread the faith with a sword. He was essentially a hippie who got crucified. Now that's a different example, and it's a difference that is a benefit to Christianity at the moment, because in Christianity you can come up with a rationale for saying, listen, it's not about conquering the world, it's not about winning in this life, we just got to wait for Jesus to come back and get raptured. But you can't really do that in Islam. Christianity has a line like, render unto God that which is God, and unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, and that line has done, from Matthew, has done huge work to separate Christianity from claim upon terrestrial power. Now it's imperfect work, and there are a lot of crazy Christians who want terrestrial power, but at least there's some rationale within Christianity for doing that. That rationale doesn't exist in Islam. There's no line in the Quran which says, listen, guys, this is not about politics, it's not about controlling people's lives. You can be privately religious and let everyone else flourish.
But the subjugation of women was not something that Muhammad was.
You're just not. Please just go read the Quran and read some. Okay, well then surely you read the part in the Quran which talked about husbands scourging or whipping, depending on the translation, their wives who are disobedient. Now,
that's in Judaism also.
What was that? Okay, okay, so it's in Judaism, but I will grant you that the worst books ever written were in the Old Testament. Okay, but there's a reason why Jews are not stoning their wives for adultery at this moment in history, and we can talk about those reasons. What I said about Islam was intended to counter exactly the presuppositions you are now bringing to me. I don't have time to do it here, but I can only invite you to read more on the subject, because we are deluding ourselves with a lot of wishful thinking. We are desperate to believe that all of the problems in the world are of our own making. If we could just spread more money around and behave better on the global stage, people will treat us well. And that everyone wants the same thing, and it's all a matter of just more education, and this religion is intrinsically benign. It's just not true. And Osama bin Laden, the crucial, I've said this, but I think I should say it again. The real problem is that Osama bin Laden is giving a very plausible version of the faith. Now you can split a few hairs and say, well, listen, apostates shouldn't be killed unless they speak kind of endlessly against the faith. But the penalty for apostasy is death under Islam. And there's no school of Islam which says, oh, no, we don't mind apostates. It just doesn't exist. There's no reformed Judaism version of Islam. That's a huge problem. It's a problem that has to be solved by Muslims. That we can't help them solve it by just lying to ourselves about the nature of their religion.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Kurt. You good to keep going?
Yeah. I don't. Maybe. There's no way we'll get to the back of the line, so I'm going to let you decide. But I'm long-winded, and I'm sorry.
I'll try to be short-winded. Thank you for your books. It made a huge impact on me. And your breaking down of taboos has been phenomenal. In this book, which I enjoyed very much, one thought kept nagging at me, and I just want some clarification.
Sure.
When I think of this moral landscape, and your visual is in my mind, it seems to assume, or I think it doesn't assume, but intuitively it assumes like the elevation starts the same, right? And the question you just brought up, actually, of resources, some people think you can just spread money around, kept coming to mind. And I thought of, I'm sure you encountered Robert Sapolsky at Stanford.
Yeah.
And his work with looking at the same species of monkey. You know, we are ourselves biped primates, right? I thought of this example that he has of these monkeys that in an arid, barren environment take risks more, are more aggressive, have a different social network. And then in a more rich and resource-rich environment are more forgiving and equitable and so on. And I kept thinking, I'm with you so much on this project, but when I get to the prescriptive part, I think, we can break down the fact-value distinction and say very clearly, we don't like people doing X, Y, and Z, either in a subculture domestically or internationally, right. Taliban or anywhere else. And however, are there situations in that moral landscape where some community will have organized its? I'm sorry.
Just continue here.
Will organized itself in some kind of an optimal or suboptimal, but somewhat. Right. Utility maximizing way, but it's abhorrent to us. And how do we deal with that? Resource question.
Well, good question. I think there are clearly islands of sort of pathological happiness. The example from Auschwitz was one. You get the guards of Auschwitz all together agreeing that they're loving life. Clearly, that can't be a peak on the moral landscape, because all of that well-being, such as it is predicated on just an immensity of suffering occasioned outside that circle. And I think there are some obvious kinds of happiness that people like that are not experiencing. I mean, they're not. I mean, there's insofar as compassion and a connection to other people is a source of well-being. And I think there are probably frontiers for all of us to discover there, just how happy and connected it's possible to be in the midst of others. It's clearly not a peak. So we can grant that there's sort of weird areas where people, based on isolation and based on what they've established culturally, you could get an island of perfectly matched sadists and masochists, say. You know, where it just, some people just like to be beaten on and some people just like to mistreat them, and they're just perfectly matched and pretty happy, you know. But clearly it's not a peak, and clearly that kind of valuation of experience isn't really well packaged for export. And I think it's not an accident that I think we can converge, just as we converge on logical understanding of basic facts and in a scientific understanding of the world. We don't converge perfectly. I mean, obviously, it's not even in certain situations. It's not even a majority of people who converge. It's 25% of Americans think evolution is a fact. The rest apparently don't. But biology can still thrive in that context. And I think it's possible that there are moral truths that even a majority may not be up to realizing, but they may still be true, just as there are medical truths that a majority may not be up to understanding, but they're true. And we have to find some way of just as we want to empower the biologists to talk about real biology, even though they would get voted out of office if their neighbors could, we have to empower the people who really understand the danger of nuclear proliferation, say, and know that it's worthy of our attention and gay marriage isn't. To prioritize those things at the level of public policy. And but it's I think there are probably weird places and weird things to pass through in order to advance. But what's the alternative? I mean, all we have is human conversation, where we're trying to influence one another to share a common project of peaceful cooperation.
I guess refrain from some of the harsh judgment, recognizing that in situations of lack of resources.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't deal with that piece. Clearly, material resources are a huge variable in. I mean, it's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I mean, if you're starving, you really don't have the free attention to worry about whether stealing is right and wrong, whether you should value other people's children as much as your children, or how much should you discount their hunger over your children's. I mean, you can't think about human happiness when you're starving, and so you can't think about human happiness when you're being chased by somebody wielding a machete. You're just reacting, and so we need to create the most basic conditions of stability in any society, where people then have the free attention to worry about things like education and creativity and how they should act so as to maximize their well-being in society.
Thank you. Let's do two more quick questions because we want you to stay and sign books after this.
Okay.
Thank you. This is the Brave New World question.
Okay.
If I understand your premise, that morality is based on the experience of human happiness or the experience of the reduction of suffering, then how do you distinguish a drug-induced experience of happiness from a reality-based one?
Well, I think we want our subjective states of well-being to be coupled to reality for very obvious reasons, because if they're not coupled to reality, then they're vulnerable to the next insult from reality. So why not just take heroin all day long? It's a very pleasant state to be in. You can just keep doing it. Well, the problem is you can't just keep doing it, and you can't attend to all the other things you value in life that are your sources of happiness, like your relationships, like having a career, like not dying. I mean, it's not a stable source of well-being, and most of what we care about in life, like loving other people and experiencing love in return, is predicated on our states of consciousness actually tracking the reality of our lives. Not perfectly, perhaps, but to a significant degree. You can't have real relationships if you're delusional, and so, or if you're stoned all the time. I mean, there's a and this is something we actually will face. I mean, we will get drugs that can really, for instance, take away grief. I think at some point in the lifetime of someone in this room, there will be an antidote to sadness. So that when your wife dies and you're inconsolable, there will be a pill you can take that will take that feeling away. Now the question is, when do you want to take it? You want to take it 15 minutes after she dies? You want to take it a month after? You want to take it a year after? You want to take it before she dies so that you'll be indifferent to her dying? I mean, these are real ethical problems. But
that movie, The Matrix, kind of created a scenario where the people who were living in this drug-induced world, it was complete. They didn't need reality to.
Okay, but that's not our situation in any foreseeable future. I mean, if Ray Kurzweil is right, if the singularity is true, and Ray Kurzweil is right, and we're just going to upload ourselves onto the internet in 30 years or whatever it is, well then that's a real challenge. The question is, what connection to reality do we want if we can really sort of disappear into this dreamscape where our happiness can be perfectly maintained? That's my moral intuitions get a little shaky there, but in some sense we're in a bit of a dreamscape already. I mean, all of this is being run on our brains, and we have to creatively respond to the opportunity to experience happiness and avoid suffering in this space. I'm saying, well, the answer to your question is, in our context, we want to be truth tracking to a significant degree for obvious reasons, because the moment we're not, we begin to suffer mightily. And that's, if that ever ceases to be true, well then we can have a conversation about what reality we want to live in. But at the moment, we're living in this one, and we have to understand how we're entangled with it, or we will suffer.
Thank you. Please stay seated in your seats for one last question.
Kind of feel like the chosen one here. I want to ask a question because I'm trying to understand if you're claiming that there is one moral truth for a given action, or if there could be multiple opposing ones, because I can imagine some sort of moral dilemma that can have a positive well-being effect on one person, while at the same time having a negative well-being effect on the other.
That's true.
And I'm trying to understand if you're claiming that there is only one. Can there be multiple? Can they be opposing? Is it not absolute? Because I'm sort of getting the impression that you're saying it's absolute. So.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that for that case, there are clearly zero-sum moments where there's one slice of pie left and only one person is going to get it, and if person A gets it, person B doesn't, and vice versa. I think there are probably right solutions. If we could understand human well-being in a truly fine-grained way, there are probably right solutions to most of those. I mean, either it doesn't matter who gets it in the scheme of things, or it'd be a little bit better if one person got it, or it'd be much better if one person got it. So when it really matters, I think that the trade-offs begin to get obvious. But even there are situations in which some people really want something, and some people really want its antithesis, and there's going to be some obvious suffering either way you play it. Now,
I'm thinking of like a euthanization sort of situation, right, where you have a lifetime of pain versus just ending, someone's life. I mean, never mind even the effects on other family members and things, but you've got those two things. How does science tell us, based on your claim, which one of those we should value more?
Well, I think
less bad, I suppose I should say.
Well, again, it would be science narrowly described as a mature science of the human mind. Well, then it would have a lot to say. I mean, we will be able to we'll know how much people suffer. You know, the person suffering will be able to, will say, I'm suffering this much, and we'll have our suffering detector, which says, yeah, they are suffering that much, and boy, does that suck. But short of that, all we can do is talk honestly about the trade-offs here. But what I'm really trying to fight for is the trade-offs are in terms of human well-being. They're not in terms of something else. So if you're going to advance a moral argument, you have to at least talk that talk, otherwise it's not a moral argument. So if you're going to oppose gay marriage, say, and say there's all these trade-offs and who knows what is true, at least your side of the argument has to be, here is all the suffering that gay marriage is going to cause. Okay, this is what's going to happen to children if they get adopted by gay people. This is what's going to happen to... There's no burden on anyone to make that argument at the moment, because we're living in a world where the President of the United States can say, my faith tells me that marriage is between a man and a woman. End of argument. Okay, that's the move that should no longer be open to smart people, and certainly people with responsibility in our society.
Thank you. I'm sorry we have to stop now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay! So, here I'm starting up with this project. First file is on YouTube already. I'm gonna go from sketch to finished work, and it's gonna be interesting. So, I'm using photographs, and I just put them right to do detail work. I just put them right like that, so I gotta get a direct communication between my brain and what I see. And I can also kind of take a mirror, which can actually be helpful, and take a mirror and just have a mirror here somewhere. I used to. How did that go? Well, anyway, I can take a mirror and, yeah, there it is. I can take a mirror, and if I doubt if I got it right, I can just look in the mirror and compare the two figures. Usually you get the objective distance to it to be able to see what's wrong. So, because the problem is, as I said before, that you get a lot of symbols into your head when you're painting, and the symbols usually doesn't compute with objective reality, so you have to have some objective distance to the thing you do. And I guess that is basically. And as usual, I start with the lasur. It has to be clean. Just to take some bluish, reddish, and mix together, and I just go over it like this. It's too much blue, but I'm gonna take it away to give it some texture. And the underlying brush strokes. It's quite a while since I made this now, so what's actually the wrong color, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to take it away anyway. And I just take it away, and it kind of, some of it kind of falls into the cracks, and then I just start painting. Now, as I always do, I start with you have to have some point that you go from, and I usually start with the highlights. The highlights are here, and they are here, and there is some here, and you have some, but the strongest ones are these, and kind of lines up like this. She has highlights on her lips, her nose, and there's some here. So we just have to start to look at it as, well, yeah, as a sculpture. Now I might have, well, I do see some. This is the first sketch, so it's gonna be ruined. It's gonna be built up again. It's gonna be killed again. I'm gonna have all the frustrations, all the doubts that I always get when I start doing stuff. What is very important after a while is to get these very harsh lines to just slide into the background. And so if you look at Vermeer or any other of the best classics, they always manage to create a feeling of no lines. Some of their paintings has that lining, and they are not the best ones. I'm always disappointed when I see some of Vermeer's paintings because they are very cartoon-like, but other ones are just absolutely beautiful. And that is the ones where the colors just slide into the background almost like in a fluid way, like aquarelle color or something like that. The human brain, consciously we think we see lines, but we don't, because there are no such thing as lines. The first thing you have to understand as a painter, no fucking lines. Okay? The less lines there are, the more natural the painting will feel. So do not draw the eyes, do not, you have to dissolve it, and that's the hard part. That is the part that will take me my lifetime, and it's actually not that much left of it now. It's like on average 31 years, so yeah. So I will just continue working. I don't think I want to. Also with hair, how the hell do you paint hair? You can't paint every hair. Actually, I had a friend once that insisted, and he was looking about, was it Holberg or Goldberg or some of these older from the 1400s where it kind of looks like they painted every hair, but they didn't. They made impressions, actually very stiff impressions. Here is just, you have to just understand the dynamics of it. You can't, it is just points and light and colors and it's the same thing. Okay? So, with this, I'm gonna keep painting and I might post this short video. Okay. So, yep. this is how it is now, and I'm doing progress. I think it's going to become really nice, and yeah. You can see maybe a light in here. The contrasts are extremely nice here. There has to be, this is far away, so there has to be some warmth in it. The closer I get, the colder it actually gets in this painting. So that is also the cold and effect, cold and warm effect. And in the warmth, you usually have the reds and the yellows and stuff. There's some reddish and bluish over there. And, actually some almost down to the green down here. But anyway, that is what makes a good painting, I think. People who have been able to use these colors up against each other to create some sense of motion in it. To push the shape not just with texture and brush strokes, but also color. You know, when people build a good sculpture, classical sculpture, they used to paint them. They had skin color, and they had clothes on, and they had all kinds of stuff. So what we see is actually just the pale version of it. Personally, I think actually they probably look better without all the color and the bling. But that is because I'm a realist and I like to see the process and see the details as it was carved out of the rock. So now, but even it's the light that hits the sculptures that actually gives it the shape, and the better it is, the more the sculpture has pushed the shape, the more real it seems when the light hits it and the shadows occur. You see now, it's quite difficult. I've done some strange stuff there. The fakes. I have a month to finish this, so that is not much. And I have also other paintings I have to finish in the same time, so right now the only thing I actually do is paint, go to the gym, and yeah, and that's okay. It's like I go into this mood. Okay, for the next month I will only paint and do my work, and then I can have some more time to other things when I come out of it. But in a way, this is actually what makes me happy. So, but it's also good to socialize a little bit, because in the end you spend 10, 12 hours a day and you start talking to yourself. So probably not healthy. I remember one time that was funny. I was working like crazy, and the music had turned off, and I've been standing there for hours, and you have this inner dialogue with yourself, and suddenly I hear the voice, like it came from outside, and I just jumped. It was actually a short, very brief psychotic experience where the voice didn't come from inside my head, but actually outside my head, because I had been standing there for so long. It's kind of a extended tinnitus. Yeah. You see, I built thick here and then thin there, thick in there, thin. And after a while I started also giving it more subtle textures and start shaping more the clothes, and there's some blondes here in a way. It's kind of like flowery stuff, and I try to do like this then I paint on top of that again, and I keep on molding it like that so we get a different texture. And here too there's a lot of stuff that I can do the same thing. Yeah. And the light from the ground here of course comes up here. And you see, I sometimes I do like this. I paint almost like I'm using charcoal. And when I use charcoal, I do exactly the same thing. But then again, here you have... Actually, I've been using brushes when I have been using doing charcoal drawings to give it some paintedness. And I will actually start doing more charcoal drawings now, because it gives me some kind of relief or vacation from the painting, and you can only concentrate about the nuances, not the color. That might be a good thing. And I will also do sculpture. Beautiful girls' heads I was thinking about. Just haven't had to find the right model, because I want to do things that I like to look at. Oh, yeah, objects I like to look at. So, I need to have more color here. You see, I kind of grab the color like that, and I just pull it, and then I see there's a yellow in it, and I take different kinds of yellow, and I kind of make some small rainbows that I just put on, so the paint are kind of stuck in these brush strokes. And then I can also drag it down like this and mold it like clay. So, there's some more red. There isn't one single skin color, but in the highlights they usually are in the yellows, the reds, and then the shadows are in the blue, in the green, and you just have to learn to look for it and train your eyes to see it better. Oh, she's probably gonna hate me doing that. But I think it makes her look great. Like, she's beautiful, and she's a woman. So I have this rule: as long as the butt or the hips are broader than the waist, I'm in. So now you know. I'm a chubby chaser in that sense. I like big butts. But not when they look like a barrel. I hate that. And I don't care much about breast size. It's also always waist and hip ratio, but so girls, take care of your butt. It's probably one of the most important things you have. Except your intelligence, which also is important. Okay. So, working on these flowers today, and in that painting, and it's quite fun actually, because it's like I start with kind of filling in all the gaps and trying to see how much room that is in between. So in a way, it's painting in the negative. Yeah, to find the right color. Usually it is in the blue. And it's almost like in the beginning I use my brush as charcoal, if I would do with charcoal. It's the best way. I can also do brush strokes, I also do that, but I find that doing it like this often gives good precision, as you can hear. It's noisy. Painting is quite dark, so I need to keep the colors down. I can't. The vividness is a few points of light that will be the dominating parts. So and then I see here I have to see this compared to that, and I have to see this with the flower up there, and it's kind of, I gotta build it like a puzzle. Because when you do the first sketch, it always looks quite good, but it usually isn't. It isn't correct in any way. I have like 24 days until an exhibition. So for the next 24 days, 23 days, I will be standing here basically up to 12 hours a day, paint on different paintings. At the same time, I'm gonna lose a few pounds, kilos, because I basically forget to eat. And I forget to eat, I just get into this extreme flow of hunger and painting, and then I have to shake myself out of it and go have some food. Because you need food. So, flower. I just love painting. It's so gratifying. Just for people to have a hobby like this, where they get there a long time, they can stand feeling that flow. It would make the world a better place. Instead of wasting a lot of time on social media, dumb TV series or something like that, get a nice hobby like painting or doing some stuff that gives you the flow, and then you will have something to look forward to every day. You hear the neighbor upstairs dragging his stuff over the floor. It's a store upstairs. So. Sounds like Odin is up there. No, Thor is up there hitting with his hammer sometimes. Anyway, so I just go in and I start making a puzzle, and there's a lot of stuff happening there, but right now it's bigger actually. Here. So I go from Alzaline or Kaplak to the cadmium colors, but I keep them down with some blue or even a little bit of black, and also the background where that is darker will keep them down. Okay. To make something like that, it would be 4, 5, maybe times to go over it. The first sketch is just totally loose, and only represents the first impressions. And I guess that's why they call it Impressionism. I could be a good Impressionist if I focused on making like a painting a day that I put up on canvas, and I just went for as many hours as was needed to get a viable result. I would be able to create quite good paintings, but they wouldn't have the substance, and the difficulty level would be lower, because the difficulties only appears when you, well, for me as a more trained painter, the difficult levels actually appears much later than the sketch, because the sketches can easily fool the untrained eye to believe that it's better than this. And I've seen people, quite good painters too, turn sketch artists, and they fall into this trap where their sketches becomes more and more sketchy, having less and less substance, and in the end they start to simplify so much, but even the beauty that was there in the beginning starts to disappear, and they basically winds up like conceptual painters or conceptual artists. And that is sad, because I think that's the point where truth disappears. And other people believe that's where truth appears. I totally disagree. It would be like saying that in science you just had an idea and you didn't do the research or the groundwork to make it into a functional object, or functional, with an object I mean of course functional science or theory. You just stuck with the hypothesis and didn't go any further. And that would leave us stranded in hypothesis forever, and you can't really make anything, create anything out from a hypothesis that doesn't turn into something substantial, like a theory or even a fact. So, I don't know if I put that right, but it's kind of the things I think about. That was also why something I hate more than anything is not my scientific heroes turn subjective, and their bias takes over, like in politics and stuff like that, because they should be open enough to be self-critical. Don't preach to the choir. Think for yourself. So, see here, it's totally sketchy. You see the canvas on there. Of course, it's a nice effect, and it leaves it with a very dynamic surface. But personally, I'm after something in between Rembrandt and Vermeer, because they are kind of the same in the way they use the color and the texture. Only thing is their temperament and the size of their paintings. But if you study them, these two painters were in love with colors, and they were in love with shapes and textures and stuff like that. So that is what I prefer to have as an objective measuring tool to judge my own paintings. It's harsh, it makes it even more difficult, because I can't really reach that level, but I can try, and I can keep on trying until I'm dead. My driving force is basically getting it right, making it better, conquer You know, if Adolf Hitler actually got into that art school, he would never become a Nazi. Because he would have his personal stuff to chase, not this power-hungry madness that it turned into be. So that's how coincidence make things happen in the world. Okay. Okay, let's see. Now there is yellow and orange, so the shadows will be in the green and blue. Always, because the red demands green and the yellow demands violet and bluish, and so, but it's hard to get it 100% right. So the rest is actually just using your intuition to feel. After a while, when you paint for many years, you kind of start to see it. You see what's wrong, you see when you miss it. And I can also see that amateur painters, they often, that's where they go really wrong when it comes to the shadows. They only see the shadows as black and white, so they put in a lot of black into the shadows, too much, so they kill the natural feeling of it. Even when you put in a greenish here and there's some red, you can put red on top of it, and I can go in with this and I can kind of mold the shadows to become deeper and deeper and deeper. And next time then I enhance some of the other colors in the next layers, and that is how I do it, you know, because to keep colors clean you can't really get this 3D classic thing in one go, so you just have to use many layers. So there's this the center, and those go down here, and here, and you will see it when I've done it, how I can't really concretely see all the leaves and all that, but what I can do is to repeat what I see, not what I think I see, but what I actually see, okay? So, okay. Anyway, I will film more later. Here's one too. Here's one of these flowers that haven't sprung out yet in here. And there's also some over there in red and one there. So yeah, there's actually one that is like this over there, that comes up like this. See probably see it, and it comes in like this. And like this, and goes kind of beyond, slowly beyond like this. So it creates some balance. It is kind of unbalanced because of that, but it also goes a little bit that way. So I have to move, actually I have to move this one from here to approximately, well, I'm not sure actually. Well, I will do that. Maybe I just cheat a little bit. And sometimes I can actually cheat a little bit once in a while if I see that, because the distance from other things are in a way correct, so I just have to do some adjustments. Yeah. Anyway, until next time. So, okay, I've now moved it a little bit, so this thing goes into the jar, and worked around it. I'm getting to the point where it's so wet that actually has to kind of wait until another day before I can continue. But I'm going to do some adjustments before I do that. So I could have put that rose should be smaller, maybe a little bit. But that is kind of, that doesn't really matter that much. Because some of the things are relative, and as long as it looks right, it's okay. You know, put in some light, you know, and that shadow. There's a shadow underneath there. So I take some blue, take some kaplak or Alzaline first. That's the first thing I do for that shadow. But then there are more red in there, so I use the cadmium to kind of put in some lights. So you can go back and forth and take it up a notch, and you can take it down a notch, and you can just keep on doing that until you have the result that feels right. But there is a limit to how many layers, how many times I can actually go over it until it just turns into a mush, as I call it. Mess, because that's the right word. See, this is smaller, this further down, so it comes like here. Yeah. I think that would be better. the leaves behind there. This flower a little bit smaller. And then I go into the reddish again. I pick that up. So this also, I see new things all the time, and I just keep on moving and moving and moving stuff around. That is basically what I do. See new things. And then in the end, they start to look quite correct. No, that was wrong. Touch of red because has the red inside of it. Now the background is quite difficult. Funny thing, when I see it in video, the color seems very different in the video. But actually in the real life, they look more the same. So I guess the camera are interpreting these colors in a totally different way than the colors in the photo that I'm painting from. But it's okay too. Starting to become a little bit too much color in this now, and it's hard to push more into it. It's almost like a tattoo. It's come to a point where you can't really push more color into the skin in one go, because it just keeps spitting it out. But okay, this one. Done some big mistakes here. Distance here, that one is much smaller. So annoying to do mistakes because I have to correct everything again and again and again. Strange thing that nobody would know if I didn't. Only I know. This one comes like this. That one comes out here. And this one comes out there. And these comes down here. Yeah, and then it starts to look better. The distance between the flowers and the vase. There. Next time it will be easier because I have made a groundwork for it. And it's much more easy because I don't have to push in so much color. Maybe use a different kind of pencil. Put some more into it. Different directions can also help. Like I've been doing like this, and now I can remove it. I can go in and like this, and see what I mean? This line should be maybe further down. Coming down here. That too, you know, it's like I need to keep this behind here down so it doesn't take too much attention from the flowers. At the same time, I have to try to find a way to give it a texture on the wall. So, summa summarum, it is a combination of many different things that in the end creates the painting. So, yeah. I just moved this over here from all the way over here, so I guess it's not that easy to. Some highlights always brings things out. There's one there, small one there. Actually, they are in a little bit of a green and blue, like Prussian blue, but I can put that both around it and on top of it when it has dried, and then do the whole process again. Now I need to flatter pencil to drag this out, push it a little bit deeper. It's nice to have a mouth. We should do some of the highlights before I calculate some of the details. And I'll just rough it up a little bit now because it's very good to have that until the next layers. Always been fascinating of painting water on glass. You know, have this. Always liked the reflections. It's one of the first things that really fascinated me when I was painting the glass and water and things that was reflected in water. So, what I do now is to think it goes in here. There's some green in the thing that goes down, and what can be smart is to go in like this with some reddish, first that way, and I pull it this way. Okay, because then you have the red and green contrast, a little bit on both sides, like this. Now it feels like it's in there, and yeah, do like this, that way, so it feels a little bit round. And the rest wait until next time, because then I have a better start. Yeah, okay. Well, let me say one thing. Here, if you see this rose here, has a lot of light in it. It's one of the points of light in this painting. So I just go in with some thick layers in most strategic places. And I leave that to dry, and then I go in and I start molding around those light areas. Definitely need some coffee now. I can feel my head is struggling a little bit. It can never be that hard. This one is just totally fluid, and I have to painted as if it is quite fluid, or it will start feeling stiff and not real. But then again, yeah. So, and it also goes up here, I think. So, yeah, okay. You will see it yourselves. Hickey-dookey-dookey. Starting up this again, and we'll be sourcing. So, as usual, I need to go with a lasso to shake it up a little bit. It's now dry, and I need it to become a little bit more dynamic. So I take my blue and my red, and I'll wash it quickly out this time, and I do like this to get the texture and stuff. As you see now, it kind of falls a little bit in. I can see the textures, see the different layers, and because in this photo I'm using to this, the contrast between the background and the foreground is quite intense, quite hard, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to make that fluid difference between, you know, the overgang, as it's called in Norwegian. Get it to kind of flow together, because the lines are quite hard. But I guess I'm going to be careful, and I'm going to make it happen. Just some pencils. Comes to this point, I start feeling like a surgeon, and it's funny because when you paint for a while and you get to know faces, you often feel physically in your own face when you paint. A little bit of this. This, I will take it away with a little bit of paper, so the surface isn't too oily, and it's only in the cracks, so you can drag it out again. So, you see, and then it's just start working. There it is. I just put it here. And I get this direct communication. Kind of. So we go a little bit deeper in the shadows. It's really scary to work with stuff like that because I'm actually going to have it on an exhibition in a week's time, and when it comes to this point, it's nice, but it's not there. Then it becomes quite, in a way, painful, I would say, to reach the next level, because there's so little that you need to do to destroy it, so little that can save it. And also the hues here are very yellow and red, and I like them actually to be a little more on the bluer side, the cold side, but there is no way I can change that now, so just have to do the best I can to start with a highlight in her face and the highlight on her cheek. Oh, yeah, whatever. Cheek is actually here. Okay. It's a small things that make the difference between what looks like a person and what doesn't. Just to hit somebody in the face, and after a while you won't recognize them. Same with painting. A bump here and a bump there. Doesn't look like that person. Okay. Just points out where I'm going to work. Nose is very bright. On top here. And there's some quite strong highlights, as you probably see. It's quite a hard hue, or maybe a little bit burned out in the whites. Okay. See if we get a pencil. She bought some new ones for this. I've been walking around. I was actually going to start painting a few hours ago, but I just couldn't get there. You know, I know it's going to be difficult. I know it's going to be exhausting. And it's really hard to find that Zen thing. Okay, I have to be careful. Not too much, not too little. The woman I'm painting is a quite known figure in media in Norway, and she looked at the sketches. She liked them, but she told me, "You are painting me so masculine." Masculine. And I thought, oh, it's just a sketch, but damn, it makes you panic. She's a beautiful woman, so I really don't want to insult anyone. Because she has a very feminine face, so strong face, but feminine face. Light up there. But I think I need to go more down and use my mirror to check it out. Always good to have a mirror around. So if you doubt yourself, you can, first of all, it's quite important that you put the photograph right. So I'm not going to start bending the face because I didn't follow the lines. And then I just look at it in the mirror and then I see what is kind of wrong. And here it is. Everything. Not everything. But maybe I've done a few mistakes. Here is less. The hair has to be moved over there. This one comes over there. And actually her forehead is a little bit different. Some small things you start to see when you get kind of, it goes kind of down here. first, because it's there is a kind of a highlight there. There's a highlight over here that comes from underneath. And this goes like there. Just goes down like that. Because when this goes down, the light misses it, so this here is too high, so I need to move that a little bit. And it's also disappearing on the photo. And that's the thing with letting it kind of glide into more into the background. Ooh, I'm starting to sweat. Starting to get scared. No fucking way. That was actually correct. Yeah, I can fix that later. Yeah. The problem is that if the lines are too harsh, tend to go over to the place where you start painting symbols, and that is not what you want to do. You want to create a more natural illusion. And yeah, this might be better. God, I hate this. This is the kind of thing that you think painting is going to take this and that with time, and then boom, it takes like 3 days more because you can't really figure it out. I'll look a little bit more natural. Give her a little bit of makeup. So it looks a little bit more alive. Girls are such cheaters. Well, I'm just trying to get this right now before I can really start painting. So I don't have to fight these things later. Yeah. And here. That's one. Then there's a highlight. There. There's one here. Sometimes I just wish I was an expressionist. It would have been so much easier. Swoosh, swoosh. Finished. Boom, boom. 5 paintings a day. No problemos. But no. I had to choose the most difficult. Well, it's going to be nice. Make these nuances melt into them. I'm going to build here. I'm start doing like this for hours till I get it right. And I want to be always the same feeling. You're so pleased with yourself when you have done some good work. And that's the next time. Next one. Next one. Next. So. Yeah. She's a natural blonde. Beautiful blonde hair. A real Viking woman. She fits right into the Norwegian cliche. Well, it's a good start. So, see you later. So, I'm now working all around. The face became quite nice, so the many hours I didn't bother filming more of that. Now I have been working for so many hours with this feet going back and forth because it's hard to find exactly the right skin tones and so. And that's the whole thing about skin tone, because people keep asking me what colors I used for skin, and it is different from the light areas to the darker areas. Then again, you're using kind of the same colors, but you are mixing them differently. So and has to follow directions and try to figure out. And it's so time consuming because you keep on seeing new things. When you build it, you start to see, oh shit, there's some mistakes here in the drawing, in stuff like that. And This can be quite exhausting actually in the end, but as I say, it's a release when you're finished, when you don't have any more time. You can see the foot behind this one, and I will increase the hue behind here, so I get the background will draw that foot. That will be next time. Right now I'm going to differentiate these two. So first I just follow the line here. Down you see the nuances are very close together. And then I can just drag it like this. And you can also use your finger too. Because these nuances are very flat. It's not no texture there. There's a lot of color here and here. That's how you build a 3D thing. Yeah. So many things to think about. So go down here and change a little bit direction and keep going. Now this you know, the white here, I'm throwing up light into the foot, so you get this reddish hue in the shadow, reddish color. But they can't be too strong because then it takes over the whole. If it was an expressionist, it could just be extremely, or impressionist, it could be extremely red. So, I guess I was out of space on the card, so let's start for a second. There's a more strong line down there, but I won't do that now because yeah, and this thigh is also more in the green, and this comes more red, so different things you see after a while. I just want to do the foot, a little bit of the surroundings, and then I have to shift to another painting. So, because I have a lot to do. Okay. There's a toe here. Comes in like this. See the other foot behind here. I'm just gonna try to it's gonna be a bitch. I guess I have to deliver some paintings on Tuesday, and the other ones on the last time I have an exhibition opening on Thursday, 8th of May. No, 8th of June, sorry. So usually I work with some paintings until the morning before, when I just get them up on the wall a few hours before, so it's like don't touch. Sad really, because it's much better to have better time. I tend to waste a lot of time when I have time, and that is something I have to do something about, because it stands in the way of all my ambitions in life. And watching TV series, or training too much, or being too much in cafes, or doing multitasking all the time, writing, making videos, all kinds of shit. I mean, multitasking is not a good thing. It's stressful, and kind of become mediocre in everything you do. So I was wondering about learning to play the piano, because I love piano music. But again, the hell am I gonna get time to do that? I mean, I should concentrate on becoming the best painter I can become in this short lifespan I have left, like 31 years on average. There's no time at all. It's not even my best years. My best years are almost over. The body starts to shut down. Eyesight isn't as good as it was. Energy levels fall a little bit. Of course I can't compensate with very healthy eating and healthy food stuff. But sooner or later, you will hit the wall. And I really want to use the time I have left to reach some of my potential. So I need to stop multitasking. Maybe piano wasn't where I was going to be. Training, writing, painting, traveling, thinking. Maybe that should be enough. Okay. Let's see now. I'm becoming a little bit long-sided. It's not really bad. It would be worse if I were short-sided and I have to stand like this. So always have perfect vision. I mean, it's nothing else forever. And if I sleep okay and don't stress too much, I don't really notice that much. So it's not that bad. You just have to eat a lot of blueberries and beta carotene to to strengthen my eyes. So they might last much longer. Okay, go down like this. The foot. And so. I was kind of optimistic. I thought it was only going to take me one more overpaint, but nah, I was too optimistic. So slide here. Light hitting here, and it sends light into the foot. It's quite a beautiful effect, actually. It's supposed to be a reindeer skin in the end. So just has to give it that texture. I get that far. Just have to give it that woolly feeling. A few layers with different directions, and boom, you have a feeling of fur. See the hole? Didn't know that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I used to have 5 toes, I guess. But I go into a little bit into the dark, so I don't need to be so very detailed. So maybe 1 layer more will do. On that, but it seems correct now, and that's kind of the most important thing. So that the proportions are correct. It's a shame I can't actually film straight in when I'm filming, because you would see the perspective a little bit better. But so this, I'm standing in the way, so it's a little bit difficult. Yeah, I can stay like this until I do the wrist around here. I want to do the arm down there, these details, and I'm going to start on the other one. Maybe I should find the right color for that background first. So usually I have to go back and forth a little bit before I find it. And this is more neutral. And it goes something like that. Don't have much color left on my palette here, so it's almost empty. But I'm just gonna do a little bit. Okay, just have to go down with that one. I don't have any more color. Now something maybe here, here. Just mark it. A little bit. Yeah. Comes out there, I think. There was a guy who on Instagram who asked me if I painted all his paintings myself. And the answer is yes. I know there's some artists that has assistants can do the dirty work for them. But what's the point? If you don't do your own work, you can't really see the point. I mean, painting is it's about the process, about the challenge. And there is no challenge in directing a lot of sheep that follows your every move and whim just to hopefully get some light on themselves someday. I don't get it. No, see, it should be hard. It should be hard work and idealism. Yeah, this looks strange. Anyway, I'm not concentrating now. Okay. Well, blah blah blah. Doesn't matter, I can dry. So, I'm going to move the camera and work a little bit more over there. Okie dokie 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 dokie. Just have to do a little bit on my foot. So, maybe. Okay. Now I'm working with this and let's see. See, I just use the color as I said a billion times before, almost as charcoal. So I go in and I kind of cut the light in as I want to control it. At this point it's almost like drawing. It gives a nice, from a distance, kind of mix reds and yellows and blues together. I'll see what happens if I take some reddish and yellow. See, it enhances the light just a tiny bit. So it gives that shape. And here I do like this. And take a, so use a pencil that is very thin. And take some black, blue, and yeah, some totally gray. We should just do it like this and kind of drag it like this to create that shadow outside. So now the line kind of disappears a little bit. Still there, but it's, then I use the background to enhance it a little bit. So you get a more natural. We can also do like this, cross over. This is why paintings like this takes a lot of time. It can take hours when you come to this point. It can actually take hours just to do an arm. And then you have to do it in many layers. So good thing about charcoal is that it can kind of get it done in. Okay, you might want to use a cicative, and I need also a highlight here. almost removed the line. You might be able to say that this is the point when you actually never need to stop painting on something, because there's always more you can do. And which I said in the last piece of video, I would like to have the peace of mind and the time to work on one piece until I can't really see where to go. Yeah, that's curls. That's another. She's very natural blonde hair, so she has these beautiful highlights in her hair all over the place, and it's quite difficult because your brain may trick you to believe that the hair is very colorful, but it's also in the blues and the red, and you keep it down till you come to the point where this is kind of a touch-up. I do that when just rant here and go off on a page. Now it's actually about the arm, so I should go back to that. Now I'm just going to make that quite such a line there, because the light behind it. Like this. There's a little lump. So first I'm just going to do like this. And also the hand behind here lays in reddish tones. So it will kind of explain where the line goes, because there's actually some light that hits in front and behind. And this is also in the red, but this has to be a different hue. The longer away it is, the warmer it is anyway, so. So, okay. Well, that was a little bit too much. That took away too much. Give it a little bit of maybe a little bit of white too, so I tone it a little bit. So it isn't that vivid, right? And so, now I have to even that out so it doesn't become too drawn. Must never be too drawn, that's very important. So, and I wish I had 2 more weeks to do this exhibition, because then I could watch some Netflix and not Netflix, but watch some House of Cards, which just came out. I have to wait. It drives me nuts. I really like that series. So. Now there is. It goes down a little bit there. There's a light coming there, but also to create a more dynamic shape, which it actually is, because she is putting a lot of weight on this arm. It comes kind of up a little bit like this, and it goes into the hand like that. So it's like that skin is being curled a little bit out right there. It's kind of up there, I think. And this also comes a little bit further down. But then it goes up again. Over here. So, you know, that's nice. There's a nice vein coming down here. There's a light there. Something like that. Now this is too thick. And yeah, has to come. The shape has to go a little bit in like this. And also a little bit more in like this. If not, it doesn't look right. It goes more in like that. Which also means so. Yeah. Since there's a lot of light on that side, I will push it up a little bit. And this is how you create dynamics in the painting. You push everything. I think that is why people find my paintings quite intriguing, because they feel there's a lot of motion in them. They come back and they... And also the colors I use, they make my paintings kind of change during the day. They change in a way their hue and color aspect. In sunlight they are warm, in that more bluish daylight they are colder, in lamplight in the evening they are just calm, very 3D. So I think people like that. Now the fingers are kind of disappearing into the fur. So to make an impression of that. And just do like this, maybe. Turn it down a little bit. Okay, almost. That's some yellow because of that red. So. Now I really start to see small things, and you start not being able to tear yourself away from it. And you get feeling neurotic because it never seemed to be good enough. Okay, I'm just gonna like to do that apple a little bit. So yeah, I was thinking about that vein. Or that lump or whatever you call it. It doesn't really look like a vein, but that is what it is. So. I need a little bit of light right there. Now, red can be very seductive to give its weight in a way. Comes too much, it looks a little bit too much like this, so again I have to tone it down. Yeah. Something like that. Looks a little bit strange, but it is how it is actually. Maybe a little bit more. My videos always become so long. Just not able to stop on time. And but then again, you're going to learn something from it. You have to kind of maybe see it piece by piece. Yeah, almost better. Yeah, I can fix that later. Just need a couple of strategic brush strokes to get it right. And the nice thing about the red is, of course, when I put in the green in the apple, it all comes together. That's why I usually put in some fruit or something like that into these paintings, also because I like the symbolism. But no, basically what I like the colors. I don't put much meaning into things actually, it's more a composition. And I mean, people are subjective anyway, and they tend to put in the meaning that they feel is right for them. That's nice. I mean, what is good has innate meaning. If you can push your boundaries and push yourself and make things better, I think that is meaning enough. Of course I like to do political stuff, but that is not the goal. Not with my painting anymore. Okay, but I was actually want to do some stuff on a different painting today, as usual. Never get around to it. So just have to stop working on this now and do the other thing. To concentrate a little bit more when I work on these anyway. So much more in the dark. Now I'm becoming manic. Can't tear myself apart away. So okay. So, I'm working with the background now, and I'll probably do that for another 6 hours approximately. So first I work up here, and then I go down and do the rest with the legs and yeah. So I have a huge palette which gives me a bigger piano. It's not that detailed, it's more like creating an impression of wood and stuff like that. They go in directions and more earthy colors, not the bright part of the palette, but a more darker one. But it is the same colors I mix in, it's just different amounts. Yeah. That's the right way to put it. I use the same blue, the same red, but I also use some of the more broken or earthy color like Go Umbo, Van Dyke Brown, and Terra Verde, or green earth as it's called. You get a feel for it after a while, just becomes intuitive like everything else. So, and when I tone this down, the light and the rest of the room will become more apparent. That's what creates the contrasts. So, just to start, then I do the same thing, I start to go in and lift it up again, push it down again, back and forth, until I feel I have the right hue. See, now I drag it up again, we're putting in some lighter colors. Problem many people gets into is that it just becomes a mush, kind of a greyish, disgusting, mush of colors. But when you get some years on your back with this, you start to foresee things that happens, and it's easier to get it right. So you want to learn how to paint? Paint. Remember, talent is something they just say you have after you have done all the dirty work. So, see here, I parse this one just with a little different color, and after a while I can go in and even make some darker lines like down here. That also creates more tension in it. It's all about creating believable illusions, and yeah, go in, lift it up a little bit, pick out a spot and just give it a little extra, a little highlight. And it doesn't have to be exactly how it is in a object or photo you use. You just have to let your intuition take over and play with it, because the object I'm painting is just a thing, the reference point. And yeah, and I'm not trying to create any photorealism, or people tell, oh, your paintings look so photographic. Well, no, not really, because a photograph is very flat. It doesn't have the painted dimension to it, and it's the painted dimension that gives the painting in a way over supernatural dimension. This kind of looks almost overnatural, supernatural. I remember saw a bird, actually a relief of a bird at the Frick collection in New York. I don't know if it's still there, but it was a beautiful piece of work. Just a bird. It was so natural. And when I saw that, I just said, yes, that is what I'm doing with paint. I'm trying to create a 3D illusion. And you can't really do that unless you're using all the tools to create that 3D illusion, which of course include the opaque, the thick colors, the thin colors. Okay. Now in there I'm using all the trick in the book to get it deep, and that is black and French ultramarine, cap black, and even Prussian blue, which in the end becomes so deep and cold that it now makes it can hold, because these are things I put in front of the window, because when I was painting at daytime I had to fight the daylight, because usually I paint in this fluorescent light to get a more stable light source. What they used to do in Rembrandt's time was to close off most of the light sources, and they just had some window that had one light source on the canvas and then one light source on the model or on the objects they were painting, so they didn't have to fight this constant barrage of different light sources. And they also painted in lamp lights, I've heard. I'm not sure if that's true, but maybe somebody will correct me. So, because the daylight tend to change during the day. If there's sun outside, it's this kind of light. If it's so it can be quite stressful to work in daylight. I used to do some landscape painting outside, and I always felt it was frustrating when the lights changed during the day. So, yeah, I can do that. You see here, that's a wrong color. Yeah, but I do that when I go down there. fix that later. I have to do something like ropes anyway. Yeah. Song. Okay. So, 4 hours later, I am working with, been doing this, doing that, and I'm now working with this picture on the wall, which is quite interesting because it gives the whole thing a center, and it's also quite funny just to put in an object like that, and kind of people start, oh, what does that mean, and all that shit, you know. It doesn't really mean anything, but people don't know that, so shh. It just means that actually it was a former girlfriend's drawing. Her name is Julia, which I really love. I can't really, it's a figure in here, but I can't really draw the whole thing. That would be a stretch, but I want to try to emulate it, or whatever you call it, to at least make it appear like this there. She's a very nice drawer. She's really good. So it kind of gives the whole thing some depth, and it also gives the wall behind there, gives me more to work with, some more contrasts. Up here is more greenish, then it goes down here and it's more reddish towards the red. But I also see that I have to change the color in this because it collides with the color here. It's the same color. So it's a lot to do, more than I thought actually. And I have actually one more paintings to do tonight, so I guess I will be standing painting here until 12. It's like 8 hours from now, 8.5 hours from now. And it's okay. I feel great. So I'm in the zone, as it's called. The good thing about this marathon painting towards an exhibition is that if you have been wasting a lot of time, you have kind of gotten out of it, your brain isn't that well wired, and you do these totally crash painting marathon kind of stuff for weeks, and your brain just kicks back. You can feel you get better and better and better for every day. It gets easier and easier. So there's a neurons in your brain that starts to connect again. And that is why it's so difficult for people when they have been away from it for a while to get started again, because the stress, you don't go right to the pleasure center, which I do if I paint a lot. I go just, someone's going out to the dance floor, always having sex or training or something, you go straight to the pleasure center and you actually feel in love when you are doing it. But when you have been away from it for a while, you have to fight more to get into it. Your skills are kind of rusty and the brain aren't that strongly wired towards it anymore. And it becomes stress, so people avoid it, and that's how they quit. And that's how they quit in training, that's how they quit having sex actually with their spouse, because all distractions tears them away from it. And the thing you have to do is just keep it going. In a relationship, you have to keep the cuddling going, keep the sex going, and also there's in painting, you have to keep the painting going. If you stop, it's going to be hard to get started again. Consistency is so important. You can see this in any sport that actually do all skill. It can be mathematics, it can be chess, anything, any skill, martial arts. I have a crazy experience. I've been training Taekwondo now for over 20 years, and before was karate and some boxing. And I'm always been good at pomse and kata and stuff like that, because it reminds me of dance, and I haven't been doing it so much. Just trained some kicking and some not, and so I was going to do it again, and I had almost forgotten the things, all my black belts, so I have to start repeating to get into it. So I'm going to start doing that again. It's also good for the painting, because it also builds the brain. So you see, it's quite cool. And I want to just go in with a small brush and just carve out this small. It's like the figure is here. She's sitting at the table eating breakfast. It's actually her grandmother. And there's an arm there. Something behind her. There's some ground. There's a table. And a lot of details. She draws very detailed drawings. Small but really detailed. It's really nice. Probably a little bit hyperactive like me, and needs to get her energy and find her peace. So I mean, the girl who drew it in the first place, very hyperactive like me. Had really fun for a while. Nice girl. Doing well. So maybe it actually means something to me to have it in this. It gives some depth. Yeah. Anyway, so. Now in this picture is going to be on in my exhibition. So, okay. You see the way I use my brush, it's almost like a dance. It's very gratifying. So looking back here, it's very gratifying. It's, and I always like to dance. I had some injuries in my hip now, so it's kind of a bitch, but it's getting better too. I have to stretch a lot, and actually I'm stiff as fuck after all this painting. So there's a face here. She actually has some glasses on. Looks like an alien. Anyway, there's the thing behind here. And yeah. Now I'm getting manic into it. Now I just suddenly want to paint it exactly as it is, and that is not what I'm going to do. Because then I had to do it in a take a long time. It's just to you see how I think. So here and here. Yeah. And I also want to frame this. There's light here. No wonder it takes time, huh? Feeling so positive. So nice to feel this way. Painting is the thing that makes me so happy. The first time I started to draw, paint, it was just like love by first scribble. And there has been love since, also a lot of frustration. But that's love. Everybody's looking for love. Oh, I have to find love, love, love. No. Find your thing. You find your thing, and you find your love. That thing that will stay with you to the end of your days. The thing you can look back on. When you're lying in your deathbed, surrounded by your memories. Okay, almost like the movie, the TV series 6 Feet Under, the last episode when everybody dies and you see the redhead girl lying in her bed, very old. And she's surrounded by her photographs and memories. Hopefully that is how I will go out. If I don't accident or something. Yeah, I have to get in some textures along here. So, yeah. So I just wanted to show you what I did now. And I will keep painting till it is, where's what? No, that is blue, and that's not supposed to be blue, it's supposed to be black. That's more yellowish. So I will just keep working. But it's cool. Cool effect. Okay. So, okay. This is the results for now anyway, because this is how far I used 8.5 hours to go over the whole thing again. And I hung up in this, and I hung myself up in different spots. That made me almost go fucking crazy, as usual. And of course, if I could let it dry and go over it again and again, I could actually do that, but I think I can live with the result now. And I'm gonna let it be like this, at least to after the exhibition, and if it's not sold, I might go back and do some touch up. Just a little bit more stomach, but you know, women, they don't like to. Well, I need to do that. It's a little bit more natural. And I do like this to fuck it up a little bit. And there is a small. These things are so important because the light that comes from the cloth gets into the skin from underneath. Can actually explain a lot on the shape, and also gives it a little bit more vivid. So pull it up a little bit. There's a voice in my head now saying, "Be careful!" I'm going to be careful. Very careful. Or suddenly, boom, you know, I have 8 hours more on the same painting just by doing a small mistake. And yeah, I think that was nice. There's a highlight there that I think should actually do the service. Yeah. Perhaps I can some blue in it. I like this transparent blue. So it feels like almost aquarellish feeling. that's so beautiful. It's beautiful. Then now I start to get into detail again, and I see that shadow, and I find it to be a little bit yellowish under there, green, and some red. There are some red in there too. Which makes it a little bit nice. So, that looks quite nice actually. Yeah, it's a nice detail. Yeah. So, here too there is there. And it's actually on the outside, so I need to do like this so it kind of comes out from behind her. Yeah. There's another one. Now I start to see these small details, and you can just keep on working for hours and hours and hours like that. Yeah, that was a nice detail too. A little bit more white, just there. These are the things I think that kind of gives a painting the kind of an absurd dimension, because you start to enhance things on a micro level, and the tension between the different hues and colors and everything starts to work together. Tiny bit more. It's very hard to get that right. It's kind of bluish. That is why time is so essential, and patience, because there's always something more you will see when you keep painting them. So I think that should do it. And then I say, finished for now. Just going to take it off and show you a little bit about it. I actually think it became quite so beautiful. If you see all this, and I was fighting with the hair yesterday like crazy for hours. I couldn't get it right, and it kept on waking up and dying, and I put on some more color, didn't concentrate, and I went back and forth, and it just drove me crazy. And I guess, see, get it better. Now the colors are a little bit out of touch here. It's more harmonic. The reds are too red, the greens are too green when I go in, and this became quite nice. Yeah, apple, symbolic apple. Yay! And the flowers. This is why I love painting. This is the release, and the detail I made there, I think was quite cool. It almost looks like it's gonna fall off. And see the textures. See there, yeah, nice. Yay, lovely. I'm pleased with this one. I think it's gonna kick ass with the frame and all. I'm gonna film a little bit in the beginning of this video too, so you can see the whole thing. So, okay, thanks for watching, and remember to share. Okay, I guess you reached the end of the video, and I'm just gonna show you a little bit more of the textures and stuff, so you can. There's also hyperlinks in the description, so check that out. Yeah. So with this, I hope you enjoyed, and see you in the next video. Remember to share this video with your artsy friends and on social media, and give it a thumbs up, and remember the notification bell. Also check out the Patreon, as I talked about in the beginning of the video, and hope you enjoyed, and I see you in the next video.